Fate, Souls and Singularities by Mundatorem chapter 221-225. The responsibility. He felt the pull many a time before, he ignored it upon each instance. Not this time, not this time. It was in the split second that he heard the call echo throughout the throne that he took hold of it and pulled with all his might, following the plea for aid right towards the source. There was only one reason, one single reason, that he would follow that voice to this place, to these people. His aura flooded the room the moment he made contact, divine splendor bathed the mundane chamber with his presence, golden eyes opened and gazed down at the individual of interest, the one that had managed to command the personal attention of his very reason for being here. They met his gaze, not with respect as he would have demanded from any other who looked up at him, but as though they were somehow an equal to him. They could not claim ignorance for his identity either, there was no denying that they knew precisely who he was, and yet they did not bow their heads. Not the dark-haired boy who stood before him, the one who held the supply of magical energy between them, nor the young girl by their side. Not even the plain human who cowered behind the glass wall. The woman was of some small note, the brunette who had a rather impressive look about her. There was an air of caution beneath that cordial smile, she understood what he was. What he was capable of. But it was caution, not respect. Still, it was far better than what he was seeing beneath him. His eyes flickered across the room, drinking in every ounce of the scenery that presented itself before he gave a single snort. The only indication of his dissatisfaction as he stepped down from the cold metal pad, his arms folded over his chest and his voice echoed forth, crisp and clean. I am Flan, King of the Gods and Lord of Fire. His eyes bore down into the human, directing his essence onto them and noting the way their body tensed up in that one moment. The pressure was more than enough to lower them down ever so slightly, but they did not break their gaze with him. Upon your request for assistance, I have deigned to summon myself. Silence from the room, clearly awaiting the words of the human boy. The human's head turned down, a shallow bow but one that still carried a show of sincerity to it. Not as deep as he would have liked, but it was a start. Thank you for answering our summons, King Flan. The boy brought his head back up, offering him a cordial smile as though he was interested in their pleasantries. They were worthless without the proper show of respect that came with them. Even if he was not a god, he was still a king. Surely the boy did not think that such words would have managed to earn him the favor of any monarch with an ounce of respect about their title. They were lucky he was so generous. Many a king would have punished them for such impudence as to dare think themselves worthy of looking their betters in the eye and treating them as though they had no titles. Clearly, this world of man had truly forgotten the importance of such things. That was how it was supposed to be, everyone would show deference to a king or a queen. Only a king or queen would be considered his equal, if not in power then in status. HMPH. At least you appear to have some semblance of etiquette. He remarked with a crinkled brow, his features curled as he glanced the human up and down for a short moment before stepping past them. He doubted they would have much more to say that would offer him even the slightest ounce of interest. Provide me with a tour of this new citadel I find myself within. He stopped at the door, staring at it for a good few seconds. Neither of the humans behind him made an effort to open it for him. He squinted harder at the door, noticing that it did not even appear to have a handle upon it, nor any other method of opening it. Keeping his surprise from showing was something of a challenge. The only other doors he had seen of this sort were something like gates, but this was much too small and he could see no mechanism to levy it upwards. Did it perhaps drop down like some manner of drawbridge? Pulling his right hand up, he snapped his fingers twice in quick succession before pointing at the door for them. Waiting for a response, a moment later the dark-haired human made a noise of understanding and walked around him, making for the door. Flan kept his eyes on their movements, enshrining them to memory so that the next time he encountered a door such as this, he would not make a fool of himself by fumbling his way through opening it. Yeah, the doors are a little weird. The boy commented to themselves, because he didn't truly believe that they would be under the assumption he would listen to what they were saying. Despite that, given that they were the only ones speaking, it proved difficult to ignore. We've had a couple of people break them, actually. His hand was placed flat on a dark glass panel built into the wall. A light hummed across their palm and then the door slid open, pulled into the wall by some hidden contraption and only the gentle hiss until it locked in place. They had people break these doors. A scoff escaped Flan as he stepped through the now open pathway. Perhaps that is proof that you should replace them with the sort that is more easily understood. Else your architecture will fall victim to many more brutes and fools. Never mind that, he was starting to wonder if these were actually built for those his size. The doors all seemed rather low-hanging, still tall enough for him to step through, but it was a close enough nick to the top of his head. It proved all the more bewildering when he stepped into the hall and found that the space provided was rather generous, certainly tall enough for the likes of a well-grown lordkin to walk through. With pinched brows, he glanced from the door and then to the corridor for a brief instant before dismissing the notion entirely. Clearly there had been some flaws in the accommodation when designing this building. Made only with the intention of allowing those of a certain size access to certain rooms. Footsteps followed him into the hallway. Flan inclined his head towards them as the human boy moved around to the front, keeping their expression polite and patient as they faced him. Soon joined by the young girl with lilac-covered hair, he assumed her role was something like that of an adjutant to the human. "We'll begin the tour then. Again, welcome to Chaldea." So that was the name of this covenant. He could not recall if he had ever actually had it mentioned to him before. If it had been mentioned, then he had failed to commit it to memory, but there was another matter that took precedence as well. "I understand there are a number of gods in these halls, name them." The humans both stopped walking. They shared a glance between the two of them and fell into silence. He saw their flutter of confusion at his request. He kept his patience at their lack of a swift and prompt answer, turning his gaze onto them and frowning lightly at the pair. Speaking once again. "Did you not hear?" "No, I heard." The boy was quick to respond to him with a nod of the head, a faint look of thought on their face, clearly weighing up their words. "I'm just thinking up all of them now. We have Gwendolyn, Guinevere, Ferrum." He suppressed a twitch at the use of the traitor's name. "Nud, Caffrey, Euryale, Steno." The humans snapped their fingers a couple of times, clearly struggling for something. "I believe that Torin San said that he was also a pseudo-servant of a divine spirit, Senpei." Senpei. A curious title. He pondered what rank that would have held. Only faintly, but the note of respect the girl spoke with the title was worthy of some examination, and this knowledge of a yes. The humans who had been bestowed the soul of a god through some method or another. Still, if the gods in question deemed these humans worthy of receiving their power, then he would not call into question their decisions. It was their choice what they did with their own blessings, and he held no command over those pantheons. Right. The boy nodded their head up and down before they stilled for half a second. Flan doubted they actually noticed what they had done, nor the flicker of something dark traveling through their eyes for a brief instant before they spoke again. "That's 8, and Velka makes 9, which is now 10 with you." A hum from the boy. "That's a lot more divine spirits than I would have expected." Flan resisted the urge to roll his eyes at their lack of imagination. They considered 9 gods to be a great number. There were hundreds who populated the halls of Anor Londo in its glory days, and while Haida did not boast as great a number, there were still many who remained. Truly, this human had such a limited experience. Still, Caffrey had some company amongst her own kin. "Wait, did you say Velka?" It was as though someone had poured cold water over his head. The chill swept through him in that one single instant as, for a split second, he could have sworn that was the name that the human had spoken. His neck turned to them, creaking all the while until he stared down at the human with wide eyes. Any potential, any lingering hope, that their hearing had been mistaken was washed away when the boy nodded their head up and down, joined by his adjutant who reflected the movement as though it were her own. But Flan cared little for all that, merely that Velka was here. Velka had been in the same place as his daughter for flames knew how long. Keeping the panic bottled up within him was difficult. It was a task that he felt close to breaking. The overwhelming urge to tear down these hallways and find his daughter to ensure her safety, then locate Velka and make a concerted effort to kill her was only prevented by the singular knowledge that if he challenged her to a fight, he would die. It was not even as though he could take her by surprise. No. Guinevere, Gwyndolin and Farum were here. The latter was hardly a surprise given that they were birds of a feather, but the former two were something of a shock to him. Those names bounced around in his head, coupled with the knowledge that Velka was here. Bringing a hand up, he pointed a finger to the boy and chose his words carefully. Are Gwyndolin and Guinevere aware that Velka is in this place? The human nodded his head, but Flan saw the apprehension in his eyes. The elaboration came next. They know, but they haven't really made an effort to speak with her, and she hasn't really done much to meet with them either. Velka mostly just lurks around until she decides to show up, and the human dropped his hands to his hips, then let out a sigh of exhaustion. It was as though even talking about the goddess had drained years from their life. His hands moved up, rubbing away at the bridge of his nose as the adjutant looked on at her superior in concern, then turned to Flan and picked up where her superior left off. Velka-san she has a difficult history with Chaldea, and her actions in the past haven't earned her a lot of freedoms at the moment. The explanation was coupled with a troubled look from the girl, as though she was unsure how to feel about the measures herself. The director insisted on them given her previous actions, but she hasn't done anything concerning lately. It sounded like an excuse to him. But still, a director. Then there was another human above these two, so why was it he was speaking with them instead of their direct superior? Something to contest later. It was not nearly as important as learning that Velka was running loose in this citadel, or rather they were not dead. That was the only security he would trust when around an individual such as her. Whatever precautions this human leader was taking, they were not nearly enough. But still, and the children of Gwyn know she is here and have done nothing. The human rolled his jaw, then shrugged. If they have, then I don't know anything about it. However, I would much rather they avoid one another if it would just cause problems. Goodness knows there's been more than enough of those running around Chaldea at the moment. Flan gazed down at the boy for a short moment, then turned his head and folded his arms. There was a set of peculiar circumstances here, that much was certain. He would need to keep a closer eye on Velka, if for no other reason than his own peace of mind. Even if he knew there was nothing he could do to stop here, it was just for the sake of acting when it was needed. Flan set the thoughts to the side for a brief moment, shifting the focus of the conversation away from the unpleasant. What of the gods from your own world? What authorities did they wield? It was important to know what he would be working with in the future. Well, Euryale and Steno are goddesses of beauty. That was rather limited when it came to use, unless they were somehow going to be stronger than Guinevere when it came to raw power, but he rather doubted that the direct offspring of Gwyn would be challenged in her own domain. Her beauty was rather striking and gripping, like a tight noose. Nud is a god of hunting, right? That's right, Senpei. Flan slowly blinked. He had met the god before. They had held status equal to his own. And they were a god of the hunt. His domain also included fishing. This was tragic. And then Torin was, he said it was a woodland god, right? Flan brought his hand up, rubbing his fingers across his face while struggling to keep his expression straight. It was proving to be a real challenge to his abilities, and he thanked his long experience in the courts that he was able to maintain his composure as well as he could. Caffrey was a goddess of fortune. It was expected that her blessing would be truly valuable before one went into combat. No, perhaps he was being too hasty with these judgments. A god of the woodlands would hold power over the many beasts that resided in the lands, and they would obviously hold sway over nature itself. While he did not expect them to be an equal to the tree spirit Kella, he respected the power of the spirit great enough that they could have been considered his equal. At least in terms of might, if not in wisdom. For Nud, he had met them and felt their aura firsthand. If they were a god of the hunt, then the game of their homeland must have been rather incredible indeed that they required the blessing of such a man. He did not doubt for a second that their aura might well have been greater than his own. But that was acceptable. They were a king of gods as well, and he knew that some were greater than others. It was fine. Removing his hand from his face, he brought his arms back around himself and nodded quietly up and down. This was workable. Ah, Anshin Sama, you should have told me you were preparing to summon. A voice from behind him, delicate and well-mannered, yet there was an aura about it that was far from being human. No, it was human mixed with something else. He turned around and his answer was found immediately. His eyes fixed themselves onto the approaching crossbreed. A young-looking woman in a rather respectable gown, shorter than he and his new summoner. Teal-colored hair and bright amber orbs, a slightly rounded face. The girl approached without an ounce of fear in her eyes, in fact it was as though they had not even become aware of his presence. A fan flashed open in her grasp and covered the front of her face. A melodic giggle echoed through the halls as she drew closer and closer to the human before coming to a halt. The boy blinked, looking somewhat shocked by her arrival, but recovered quickly. Oh, I didn't think that you would have been interested in showing up for something like that. But if you want to be present, then I'll try and let you know next time. You're so thoughtful. The woman cooed with a fluttering sigh, then snapped the fan shut. But it should be expected for me to be there. I have to be absolutely certain that only the best influences surround my Anshin Sama. I need to warn you against liars and homewrecker alike. The mere thought of letting either of the sort near you is rather troublesome to me. Flan cocked a brow at the woman. Their manner of speech was odd. Therefore, she whipped around, spinning on a heel and gazing up at him with her piercing eyes. Flashing the fan open once more and covering the lower half of her face with it, looking him up and down for a few moments before giving out a small hum. This one has, I cannot say that I wholly approve of this one, Anshin Sama. Though it is faint, I can still smell the scent of a liar from him. Though what he lies about, I cannot be certain. Incredible. He had never been insulted so quickly. One who has the gall to call me a liar to my face but will not even do the basic courtesy of providing their own identity. He responded back, keeping his temper in check as he looked down at the woman, folding his arms behind himself and keeping his clenched fists out of view. Who are you to be so disrespectful upon a single greeting? The girl narrowed her eyes, the fan snapped shut and pointed towards him. You can consider me a wife rather concerned about the company that her husband keeps. Ah, yes, he understood now. His eyes trailed away from the woman and towards the boy. They were looking on at the encounter with a strained expression, clearly fighting up the urge to step forwards and intervene but held back by something. It seemed as though the woman had a great deal more sway over them than he assumed. Wasn't that familiar? That's a bit rude, Kiyohime. The boy eventually mustered up the strength to speak, stepping forwards and laying a gentle hand on the shoulder of the young woman. Their touch seemed to knock her into a daze for a split second before her eyes hardened once more. Never once parting from his own. You are much too trusting, Anshin Sama. The girl spoke as though dealing with a young child, her words gentle and slow-spoken. Making an effort not to offend. It starts with the small and simple lies at first, the type that seems perfectly harmless. But allow them even an ounce of leeway and they are granted the confidence that they can lie without end. Until eventually the lies become nothing but commonplace. Flan paused, giving thought to her words. It would appear as though there was an ounce of sense in her, a value of honesty above all else, and it was not as though he could disagree with the principle. But there was a time and a place to make such statements, and it was certainly not to his face and in open company. Human. The dark-haired boy turned to him with a grimace. He opened his mouth to speak, only for Flan to bring up the flat of his hand and cut them short. I would advise you to speak to your wife in private about what is acceptable counsel to give and what is not. A brief pause, then he continued onwards. She is free to offer you advice as she sees fit, so long as it is not in open company with the one you intend to besmirch. His eyes fell upon the woman, glaring into her and unleashing a subtle divine aura. It was enough for her to flinch for a split second, and only a split second. She doubled down and met his glare with one of her own. He turned about face, ignoring her completely. Take this as my own offer of leniency. There will be no second time where you may insult me without consequence. Spouse of my summoner or not. HMPH. We shall see about that. If I were cowed by even the smallest of liars, then I would never stand against the greatest of them. His feet stopped. Quote. Then I would tell you that perhaps you should find yourself stronger allies to confront those liars. Claiming to fight for the truth means little if even a small liar, like myself, can reduce you to dust before you could so much as even bat an eyelid. Surprisingly, it was the human boy who spoke up next with a firm tone, still diplomatic however. There's no need for violence on either end. King Flan, I'd ask you not to threaten the other servants working with us like that. Kiyohime, you're free to bring up any complaints you have in private, but if you go around accusing people of being liars to their face, it is going to be rather rude to them. It is the truth, Anshin-sama. I know. The boy replied softly. But that still makes it rude. People might lie for different reasons, and whether they are bad or not, they require tact when approaching. Alright. I'm not saying to stop calling them out, but just between the two of us, where we won't offend anyone. Flan thinned his lips. A novice diplomat, it seemed. The two of us. The faint whispers of the girl met his ears, her blush was audible, then came the clearing of her throat. Of course, I will be sure to speak of my concerns in private, just in case it alerts the liars that I am onto them, so that they cannot try and trick you further with their ways. He could feel her stare aimed at the back of his head, but he kept himself facing forwards. Do not dally, human. There is yet more to show me. There was indeed more that he beheld, yet what he saw left much to be desired. It had been a swift tour, showing him through everything that was worth seeing, and when he had his fill of being guided, he departed from the humans and went about on his own business. There was much to see and more to do, much more. He would need to evaluate the quality of warriors who stood by his side, and for that, he came back to the room that he had passed through his tour but had not fully seen inside. It was in use by another and, at the time, was not interested in watching over them. But now it was different. It was what they called the training room, or simulator. A land which reminded him very much of the illusions of Gwendolyn, creating copies of this to hone one's skills against. An impressive tool, but it was no substitute for true combat against an opponent that could think and act. No matter how convincing it might have been, an illusion remained an illusion. But, for the likes of training, it would suffice for beginners. Which left him rather bewildered when he saw a figure he would not have caught playing with such dolls. His arms remained by his side as he watched them. They did not even glance in his general direction. He would have said they were purposefully ignoring him if he knew for a fact that their senses had not diminished. Even as he stood and stared at this shambling husk of what had once been the air of sunlight itself, he was under no illusions about Farum and their power. Which was why it was all the more sickening to him that he saw them in this pitiful state. Their strikes were lethargic and pitiful, their eyes were distant and hazed over until something struck their body and they reacted. That was what he had watched for several minutes now, just them reacting to a fight rather than actually participating in it. A mocking display, but one at the firstborn himself, not at the state of these training rooms. The hiss of the door opening from behind inclined his head. A conversation halted rather abruptly and he heard the clanking of armor, the sharp intake of breath that then followed. Turning about, he stared down at the unmistakable form of Sanora, her head bowed to him, and dropped onto one knee. So, she was here as well then. At least he could be sure of one competent individual around he could rely upon in dire times. It put him at moderate ease, though he did not recognize the others who accompanied her. 3 other humans, and despite having the vaguest sense of seeing them before, he could not place it. He must have overlooked them. King Flan, I had no idea you had arrived. Sanora's words drew him back to the night. Forgive my impudence, had I known of your summoning I would have taken up the role of escorting you around Chaldea myself. With a grunt and a flick of the hand, he gestured for her to rise. I have little need of your apologies, Sir Sanora. Even if I had known of your presence, I would not have called upon you for such a trivial duty as that. His gaze drifted from the Lion Knight, then to the other humans, and his eyes narrowed slightly at the tallest of the quartet. A face carved into reflective steel with a hat of jagged thorns stared right back at him, only inclining their head in a thin show of respect that one would have expected to be shown to a passing official, but nothing more than the basic requirement of the time. His focus shifted to the one on the rightmost. Their bow was far more respectful to him. A knight with fluffy blonde hair and a look that was remarkably similar to the one he had met elsewhere, especially with her eye color, but that was neither here nor there. It was curious that the woman reminded him somewhat of a hound with her demeanor. The final of the group was where things turned odd. Especially as he glanced at the weapon she awkwardly held in a grip that made it clear she was still coming to terms with the weapon. "Where did you get that spear?" "Ah, Sir Archon had it made for me." The white-haired human chirped back at him with a polite smile. "And I'd much rather introduce myself first, it's the best way to make a good impression, after all." With a curtsy, the woman bowed her head. "Marie Antoinette, Queen of France." He frowned. What manner of queen would bow so readily? He muttered under his breath, but did not allow his eyes to linger long enough for a reaction as he turned his head away from the group and towards the direction of Ferrum once more. They did not even seem to notice the sudden appearance of the group. "He's still doing that." The utterance from one of them was like a hammer to the head. It further deepened his frown at the state that was happening around here. His jaw clenched, rolling from side to side as he shook his head, moving away from the unsightly display and through the door once more, back into the hallways. Clearly, there was something the matter with this place that the firstborn could become like that. Returning to the cafeteria, his senses were immediately assaulted by the familiar sensations once more. His eyes snapped out in the direction of one in particular. It had been many cycles since they last spoke, and even that previous summoning, they had barely looked one another in the eye. He'd been more than a little surprised that she even came close to Caffrey in the first place, given that they spoke highly of their daughter's independence in the past. It had struck something deep within him, but he knew there was little chance of him escaping an encounter with her at this point in time. The only thing left for him to do was face it head-on in. He gave a slow and deliberate blink as he finally noticed where exactly he was looking. Flan squinted to the distance, then blinked again. Next he rubbed his eyes, yet the sight remained the same. Sequestered in the corner of the room, cowering behind a potted plant, was the unmistakable form of Guinevere. Her head ducked low and with a bowl of some frozen dessert sitting on the table in front of her, the only company she seemed to have was the adjutant from earlier. Yet that looked more as though the adjutant had gone out of their way to meet with Guinevere, as opposed to the other way around. Compounded by the fact that his fellow divine was being given a wide berth in terms of seating arrangements. Flan rubbed at his eyes once again, a sound of laughter spilled from across the room and he felt the shock drop on his shoulders all over again. This time, bewildering as it was to comprehend, he found himself staring at Gwendolyn. Though it took him more than a few seconds to actually comprehend that it was the god of the moon in question, their helm removed and their feminine features exposed to the world as though they now took pride in them, even their deformity was rearing its many heads above the table they were seated upon. Flan's lips parted as he watched the sight, unable to form a single thought for more than a split second. They were sitting with the human boy from earlier, the both of them joined by the teal-haired crossbreed who wore a tiny smile of her own. "Excuse me." Flan jerked for a moment, his reverie broken and his eyes snapping to the front and then right down to the eyes of the speaker, a brow raised at the girl with bright pink hair and the aura of a dragon about her as well, another crossbreed and this time flanked by the abyssal abomination he had met in that snowy field, though for whatever reason, they were smiling like an imbecile. "Ah, wait, are you another fan of mine?" He blinked at the words, turning down to the crossbreed in the black and white dress. He opened his mouth to speak but barely got out a single word before she was blundering on through with her incorrect assumptions. "Of course, you came all the way here to see me, right? Ah, this must be fate." The crossbreed outright cackled to herself, all while vibrating as though they were going to explode at any moment. "My big break has come at last. Don't worry, for my adoring fans I will be sure to get you the best seats in the house for my concert." She brushed past him, all while calling back, "Just wait until you get the ticket, my little piglet." Flan stared straight ahead. He'd kept his eyes focused on the armored servant as they walked past him. "I've never heard music before, but I'm a bit curious about it. Are you coming or not?" He gave them a long and dry stare. The blond servant shrugged his shoulders, completely missing the weight of the look Flan was aiming at them, and then continued on their way as though nothing had happened in the least. Flan maintained an unblinking gaze into the distance. He sniffed once. Request. Adjust location at least 1 meter to the east or west. The voice echoed behind him, toneless and sounding as though it was spoken from behind an echo. He moved purely on instinct, keeping himself in a moderate daze as a person in white armor, as tall as he, marched past him and into the chamber, but not before pausing and giving a grinding sound which accompanied their grateful nod of the head. Their footfalls produced an echoing thud which none in the room reacted to in the least. Flan's feet carried him forwards, it was as though he was walking through water. Such was the extent of his lack of focus as he placed himself down at the counter of what he assumed was some manner of establishment similar to the taverns of old. It had actually been many years since he had ever stepped foot in something like that. Not since he had taken the role of king, now that he thought of it. Adjusting himself, he rested his arms on the metal before him, pausing for only a moment as he cast his eyes downwards. Pulling a finger across the surface and flicking it around, examining it for a trace of dust and debris. I assure you, us mere mortals care just as much about hygiene as even the gods. His eyes moved to the direction of the speaker, a man with tanned skin and white hair. Not like the acolyte of Ezolith, this one was slightly taller and his graying eyes were harder, they carried a weight within them that came only from battles. A warrior, then. A warrior who tended a food establishment. I have little doubt that humans care for their health. Such a thing would be natural of any mere beast with sense. He responded back to the sharp words quickly, ignoring the mocking tone they had held as he shifted his focus back to his fingers. Merely that any god with an ounce of self-respect would settle for nothing less than perfection when it came to their eating conditions. The man raised a brow at him, then provided a single grunt as he folded his arms. A touch of confidence in his expression as they stepped closer to Flan until they were opposite, separated only by the counter between the two of them. And yet, the other gods who have graced this place find the decorum to be rather adequate for their elevated standards. They came dangerously close to being insulting, not quite crossing over the line, but their tone was just enough to earn them narrowed eyes. Not that it is something I expect you to understand, but I would still place greater value on my own opinions rather than subject myself to the experiences of another and let that guide my hand. The man didn't so much as blink at him, then offered a grunt which sounded neither like affirmation nor condemnation. Instead, they carried on. Well then, what has your opinion formed in regards to this humble little place? I regret to say that it is the best we can offer, and I am certain that your own experiences would make this small cafeteria look like nothing more than a common street tavern. False lamentations delivered with a hidden smirk. Quite the vexing human he was dealing with here. For the time being, you have passed my minimum standards. The words came out begrudgingly, but were followed by a snap of the fingers that shifted into a point and a lower tone. A barely passing mark indeed, but passing all the same, though I would strongly urge you to take that under advisement when it comes to making future improvements. All that did was cause the tanned man to let out an amused scoff. Is that so? I suppose I will offer you my most sincere thanks for blessing me with this shower of praise. Perhaps my luck has turned for the rest of the day. Flan's expression hardened. Do not stomp upon my patience and think it is infinite, human. In turn, the face of the man shifted and lost any and all evidence of mirth that had been around beforehand. Oh, I am under no illusions about what the patience of the gods is like, so then, are you planning on requesting something, or are you going to sit and stare at the other patrons? Exhaling, he straightened himself out. What manner of drink have my fellow divines taken from this place? Keeping themselves silent, the man hummed only for a moment before they turned away. I have something in mind for you, in that case. I won't be long. The tanned man departed with neither an elaboration or a glance, he simply turned around and walked off. Flan frowned at them before he rolled his eyes, turning them to the table and keeping his expression blank. The laughter of Gwendolyn echoed through his ears once more, their utter sound of life was completely alien to his senses. A noise he had never once heard from the god before, yet now it happened repeatedly. He turned his head and stared at it once more. Yes, it was still Gwendolyn. More steps like rumbling tremors. Flan turned his head and blinked twice as he stared at the next impossibility come striding through the doors as though they owned the place. Havel marched in without an ounce of trepidation or irritation. Flan had to remind himself that this was the same man who despised sorcerers with a passion, and now he was walking around in a citadel full of sorcerers and was contracted to a sorcerer. This world felt as though it had been turned upside down, with him being the only one to remain right way up. Guinevere was dumped in a corner with only Charity as her company. Gwendolyn was the center of attention, laughing and joking like they were perfectly ordinary. Ferrum looked like a dreary mess. And now Havel was mingling with magic casters. Not to mention the crossbreeds that he had seen running around and full of life. Surely Havel must have been aware of them, and yet they were still breathing. Clearly there was something strange afoot. Even if he said so earlier, this had only compounded it further into his skull. Hey! He jerked, turning his head to the direction of the speaker and then furrowing his brows. A glance past them revealed that they had indeed moved off from their previous company and over to him. Flan's gaze lingered in that direction and he met the eyes of Gwendolyn. The prince stared at him impassively for seconds that stretched onwards, then they broke his sight as though there was nothing worth looking at. The casual dismissal stung, if only slightly. He was not coming here expecting to be well liked by the moon god. It was hardly as though they had a clean history between the two of them. He had his own problems with them as well, not least of all their stubborn nature to cling to the old city when it was clearly a ruin in all but name. Flan brought his gaze back to the human, then frowned lightly upon them as he soon turned his eyes from them and back to the kitchens. Many would consider it a great insult for you to part with their company upon taking sight of another. He felt their surprise, yet did not allow them a second to respond. And I do not recall granting you permission to approach me as casually as you have just done, though this day is one for strange tidings. Speak your piece quickly and then be gone. He heard a short intake of breath, then a creak of a weight upon metal. His eyes shot to the left as the human brazenly took a seat next to him, resting their arms on the counter and smiling to themselves. Flan felt himself be left at something of a loss as he stared at their bold behavior for a moment, more so when they leaned forwards and then called out into the kitchen. Hey, Sigward, could I get some of that special coffee, please? Certainly, Ritska. There was an undead making food. It just kept compounding. Such was the growing headache that he barely even registered the approaching servant until the sound of ceramic on the counter drew his eyes to them, staring at the much with a white foam at the top, a protrusion of something that looked like a piece of bark and yet carried the smell of chocolate. He wordlessly looked up to the tanned man and made eye contact with them, neither one of them making an effort to blink. Oh, hot chocolate. I guess that makes sense. Those are Caffrey's favorite as well. The comment from the human was all the explanation he needed. This was the drink that his daughter considered her favorite. He supposed he could try it. With the mug in his hands, he brought it to his lips and took a gentle sip from it, allowing the warmth to trickle down his throat before he lowered it. A rich flavor, but gentle and comforting. It was one that he imagined that his daughter would have found most pleasing. He could understand with only that one sip why she would frequently demand tribute with this beverage. But he really disliked the smug look in the eyes of the servant in front of him. They said nothing, but they did not need to. Their eyes screamed mirth as they silently turned away from him and walked away. Not even bothering to stick around to see if he had praise or complaint for it. They were so confident in their own work, and it was not without cause, unfortunately. I hope you are less disrespectful with the other clientele. The tanned man stopped walking at his words, then shot back a second later. No, they don't subtly accuse me of being a slob. And then walked off once more. That attitude was brought about over a simple inspection for dust. HMPH. So, how are things going for you at the moment, Lord Flan? He opened his mouth to reply to the question posed by the human, then paused for a moment and frowned, turning his head to them and furrowing his brows slightly. There was a note of respect in their voice which had been missed earlier. No, more importantly, Lord Flan, parroting the words back, earned a brief flicker of surprise and apprehension from the human. Winston drummed his hands on the table for a few seconds, clearly debating how to reply before he did so. Sorry, it's just that interacting with royalty is something that I'm not accustomed to. Not like the others are, and it hasn't been something with the other royals around here for a while that I just forgot. The boy leaned forwards, looking a touch despondent as they spoke. Flan was very much trying to imagine how one could just forget how they were supposed to be respectful to royalty. Which, I realized, would be quite disrespectful for you because I acted overly familiar. So I wanted to apologize to you for my behavior earlier. It probably came off as a little forwards, I assume. He kept silent for a moment, then slowly nodded his head up and down. It was brazen, much more so than you were inclined for. Even if you did call me forth, I made the choice to arrive, and the matter of your wife as well, I have. A pause as the boy made a small strangled noise. Yeah, that is, she sees me as her husband. Do you mean to tell me that you've been, he searched for the right words for a few moments, then settled on those that were the least aggressive. Coerced into a marriage purely because you were the most suitable candidate, as opposed to any actual affection. The boy brought his hands up and rubbed at his face. No, it's not really something like that, but she's a berserker and she just sees me as her husband because I am her master. It's like the two are one in the same, so, yeah. That sounded like insanity. She means well though. Just in case she gave you the wrong impression earlier. The boy made apologies once more, this time on behalf of the crossbreed. Kiyohime just gets very passionate and can't really hold herself back when she's in that mood. Holding up a hand, he silenced them. Those who cannot speak for themselves, do not deserve to have others speak on their behalf. If she cannot come to me for her own apologies, then you have no reason to offer them in her place. The boy paused for a moment, then looked away, clearly troubled by his words. They really were nothing more than a young boy, weren't they? It was difficult at times. The Lordkin who remained had aged so slowly that his summoner could have been 70 and still looked this age. But a human was so very different. Their age varied wildly depending on the strength of their souls, but that was neither here nor there. If you have come to explain yourself, then you have done so. Your apology has been noted and I accept it, though I will remind you not to make such blunders in the future, to me or any other monarch who does not grant you explicit permission beforehand. Right, Guinevere said something similar. His features hardened. She would do. Were you able to meet with Sanora yet, Lord Flan? Or Sanora? He correctly patiently, then nodded his head. And yes, I did. How have they acquitted themselves thus far? Oh, she's been great. We helped each other out in the past and I could rely on her. He felt a twinge of pride at the remark, it was expected. The most staunchly determined in her duty. Though certainly no equal to the original Esser Ornstein, Esser Sanora represented the will of Haida well during her tenure as guardian of the cathedral. The boy gave a single nod, a smile on their face. I figured that was the case. She's definitely got a strong sense of chivalry. Another pause, they shuffled as they leaned closer. What was Haida like, by the way? If it isn't too much trouble asking. Flan paused. Why do you ask? It's just that I haven't gotten the chance to ask about it yet and it occurred to me just now. They explained with a shake of the head, dropping their hands onto their lap. It does seem a bit rude to expect you to learn all this stuff about my world while I know next to nothing about yours. We're working on an encyclopedia on it but, well, I'd still like to hear of it. Flan rolled his lips, nodding his head up and down. But if it seems like too much trouble. Any king should leap at the chance to boast openly of their kingdom, unless they have one without any achievements to its name or without value. He turned himself to face the boy, looking down into their eyes and raising his left arm, pointing a single finger up. You wish to learn of Haida. Then heed my words well, boy. Commit them to memory. He could take the chance to boast of his kingdom, even if he barely felt it. Still, if this manner of human could take the opportunity to learn of his kingdom while demanding his help, then perhaps there was something worthwhile about them. At the very least, they were not a complete waste. Their taking care of Caffrey earned them some small courtesies. Flan, the flame god. Servant, caster. Size, 200 centimeters. Strength, B+. Endurance, B+. Agility, B+. Mana, A. Luck, C. Noble phantasm, B. Essence of fire, B. Anti-unit max target, 1, max range, 0. An authority over fire, he can draw in flames to himself to empower his own being. In addition to this is a minor modification to his Saint Graph to increase his size as his power grows. Storm of flame, the fire that burns the eternal tree, B. Anti-army max target, 300, max range, 0 to 30. The firestorms that burned the arch trees, although this is a mere copy of what the Ezelith witches were capable of. Exuding large amounts of flame from his body, Flan can create an explosion that would be powerful enough to destroy a small fortress as a result, although it isn't exactly something that can be used with allies around. It is an explosion that originates from him, rather than is projected by him. Class skills. Divine core of a flame god, X. Magic resistance, C. Territory creation, B. Saint Graph expansion, E. Works in tandem with his first NP to increase his own size. Personal skills. Dragon Slayer, B. Participant of the Dragon Wars. God of Flame, A. He has great control over flames, or at least he can generate them with great power. In truth, his flames are no more than large displays of raw power and nothing else. As he never had a need for more power than skill. Charisma, C. True to his legend, he served as king of the gods in the immediate aftermath of Gwyn's death, though there is little that can be said about him beyond that. He can turn the heads of a room, but it was always Guinevere who held the true power in the kingdom. Miracles, D. Despite being a god, he has better authority over fire than the divine lightning of Gwyn. Blessing of the Flame God, B. Can be utilized to grant the boosts attributed by buffing pyromancies to a much greater extent. Granting a plus stat to a target's endurance or strength. Summoning. So you are the human who thinks to call upon my aid. HMPH, you appear rather feeble for one so brazen. Though there might be time to prove yourself worthy of this offer. Dialogue 1. Do I dare catch you remaining idle? Such slovenly behavior is unfitting to one who walks at my side. Find yourself a duty and see to it. Dialogue 2. Master and servant. No, do not joke about such matters again. Dialogue 3. If you have draconic servants. This sensation, I see. So the ancient enemies of the gods walk these halls as well. Fine, if they can prove their worth, I can extend mercy and allow their transgressions to go unpunished. Though I expect results from them. Dialogue 4. If you have Guinevere. My old wife. That is all there is to it. Dialogue 5. Bond level 5. If you have Guinevere. I know I was just the closest one to her at the time. But I do believe that, for a time, she did love me and I did love her. Though, like any sun, you cannot hold it in your palm forever and she eventually burned me. Still, I do not regret our time together, nor the rewards it brought into the world. Dialogue 6. If you have Nar Alma. My first son, born to be the god of war. Though you are but a god of cruelty now, are you not? I know not where I failed you, where down this line I missed the signs, but your actions are my responsibility. Dialogue 7. If you have Hanlith. Hanlith, please. The state of you is rather unpresentable. Make efforts to show yourself before the mortals in a manner that is less disgusting. I know this is how you are most happy, but it is beneath you. You can be blissful and hygienic at the same time. Dialogue 8. If you have Caffrey. My daughter. You present yourself as the goddess I know you to be, perfect and regal, but remember, you are still my daughter above all else. Thus, you may use the privileges as those exist. Dialogue 9. If you have Farum. His betrayal started it all. A sinner first and foremost, trust not with one with your life. They will lose it within the same breath. Dialogue 10. If you have Gwendolyn. There are times where I pondered whether I should have forced the issue through or not. But that is neither here nor there now, the past is the past and cannot be changed. We can only live with the choices we made at the time. Dialogue 11. If you have king's servants. The presence of fellow monarchs. Excellent, excellent. To be met with distinguished company, regardless of the end of the rule. Dialogue 12. If you have Boudica. No parent should ever outlive their own child, nor should they be brought back to know of the fate that befell them. You have my utmost condolences for your loss. Likes. Do not ask me what I like, it should be clear that the king likes whatever he likes at the moment he chooses. Likes. Bond level 5. That you need to ask is foolish, it is clearly my children. Hates. Those who are unfit for power, do not deserve to bask in it. They were those who created the greatest strife in the land. Wish for the Holy Grail. A wish. I would restore the land of Haida to its former glory, to make my kingdom whole upon the land once more. Bond level 1. You conduct yourself well, subject. Continue this display and you will earn a greater position. Bond level 2. Your devotion and diligence is acknowledged, I believe you are ready to be granted the role of my secretary. That is the modern equivalent, as I understand it. Bond level 3. Were we in my kingdom, you can be rest assured that this would have earned you a generous reward. Your behavior is an inspiration to all, do not let it slip now. You are a symbol for how one should conduct themselves. Bond level 4. I'm curious why you do this. I have no lands, no true power, nothing, and yet you continue to walk in step with me as though I still held the great authorities of Haida at my fingertips. It is bemusing to say the least. Bond level 5. I never told you how I became king, did I? Hardly a long tale, there was no one left. Not truly. Guinevere needed a husband and I was the most suitable candidate for the role, so I put myself forward and that was that. But, it was never expected for us to have a king who was not of Gwyn. How could I ever compete? With neither training in speechcraft nor a talent for governance, I did only the best I could, but I truly was poorly suited for the role of king. Birthday. A birthday. I see. I will grant you a blessing until this day ends. Use it well. During an event. Let us go forth, this king will represent his kingdom well. First ascension. Excellent, my power increases. Second ascension. Do you sense it? The divine aura that radiates from my body. Is it not the light of a true king? Third ascension. It should go without saying that you have done me a great service thus far, but there is still more left to be done. Do not allow yourself to lose step yet. Fourth ascension. So this is what it feels like. Yes, without a doubt, if this me were the one who had been king at that time, then, perhaps, no. It is nothing. To talk over a cutting board. He glanced at the trio, then returned to his task without much delay. Seconds passed as neither of them said anything to him, merely stared expectantly, and eventually he closed his eyes and clicked his tongue. Bringing his head about to face the three of them and raising a brow, eyes moving from one onto the other. His hands paused in their work of peeling potatoes, though he kept the knife at the ready for when he could resume at a moment's notice. He was still far from pleased at the products of his work and, if he was to be perfectly honest with himself, even he could tell that it was only going to inspire scorn from his sensei, as she called herself. With a sigh, Ash pulled his feet forwards and came to a halt in front of the group, still holding the potato and the knife in his grasp. Is there something that you all need of me? Mozart was the first to speak up. The man offered him an apologetic look and a shrug of the shoulders. It looked more as though he had been dragged along by the pair of women and, knowing how weak Mozart was to the pleas of Marie, it would have been barely an argument with him, despite his own misgivings on whatever this was. Ash. Nero's hands came onto the counter with a loud slap. He glanced at the metal and observed that it had fortunately remained undamaged. We need your assistance on a matter of utmost importance. The type that could change the very future of Chaldea itself. He doubted that very much. Mozart looked at him, turned his head away and then snorted into his hand, clearly amused by the expression that he made in response to the rant. I have only a few minutes, at most, before Kat-sensei returns and finds me holding potatoes as opposed to peeling them. Make this brief. Nero opened her mouth then closed it again, a pout crossed her lips as she drew her arms back. You do not appear to be as alarmed by this news than I would have liked. Or are you comforted with the knowledge that I am on the case, thus there is no need to be alarmed? Your confidence in my abilities is truly wondrous, you need not say anything more, but you are cordially invited to praise me more. He hadn't even praised her once. Slowly, his eyes shifted their focus and onto the other whom he hoped would elucidate him as to what was actually going on. Marie Antoinette gave him an equally welcoming smile, stepping forwards and gesturing to Nero. What she means is that there's a favor we'd like to ask of you, because coming from any of us, I don't think that it would really land with the person we want to speak with, and I get the feeling she would be more inclined to listen to you about it. I should like to point out that neither of them have actually let me speak to them yet. His eyes flicked onto Mozart, noticing immediately the way Marie's expression turned incredulous, turning on the man and staring at them with a look as though they'd said the stupidest thing in the world. Letting you conduct negotiations would be a rather terrible idea, especially given how you get around women. Your crass jokes would only torpedo our chances. Yes, this was almost certainly going to be a headache for him. But he lingered around for Marie to turn back around to face him. Clearing his throat, he spoke up. I assume one of you will eventually ask me what it is you actually want. Ah, Quite right, to get to the heart of the matter. Nero pressed forwards, locking eyes with him and narrowing her gaze. I would like for you to convince Pale Rose to form the swimsuit swashbucklers again. I don't believe I could convince her of that. He didn't even hesitate with his denial, earning a sputter of shock from the Emperor as he turned from her, moving back towards the cutting board and preparing to peel the potatoes once more. Well, we tried, Maria. Good job, team, I'm going too. Oh no you don't. He heard the scuffle, turning his eyes to see Marie prevent the escape of Mozart but grabbing them by the back of the shirt and dragging them backwards, flipping them around and dumping them into one of the seats at the counter. The writer stared at the caster for a few seconds longer, then switched her gaze onto him with one of confusion. But you haven't even tried yet, how can you be sure she'd say no? Ash raised a brow at her. Have you asked her yet? The silence he got from them was telling. I need no clairvoyance to tell me that asking Olga to return to her career as an idol would earn no small amount of frustrated embarrassment from her. He sighed, shaking his head and bringing his attention back to the potatoes. Regardless of what you or I want, it seems as though Olga will most certainly abandon that side of her forever, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, we will not have another rendition, which might be considered fortunate, as it would have made her a target of Bathroy. Pulling his lips into a grimace, he continued on. And given who that woman is famous for when she is jealous of women. You know what? He's right. Mozart supported him. She's dangerous enough when she's trying to entertain you. I dread to see what she would do to a rival. Still, if you really want to be an idol, Maria, you can always strike it out on your own. This isn't about being an idol. Marie exhaled. Ash turned his head ever so slightly, his eyes sought out the group and narrowed. It wasn't about being an idol. He understood now. Even if it would make her happy, it is something she cannot truly do at the moment, even if she were so inclined. We all know what Olga is like in regards to her work. But then again, what did he want? Ash's expression tightened as he mulled it over in his head. There would be no real harm in asking if she would be willing to give it another go. If only because he had missed it the first time around, but if it made her uncomfortable then that would only make him feel like garbage. Setting that aside, he turned to Nero and raised a brow. And why are you interested in it? Nero looked at him as though he was insane. Did your eyes not work? Did you not see the way Pale Rose shone in the light of my luminous beauty? How her voice echoed in chorus with my own. It is a travesty that she does not serve in the theater arts alongside me. Being the supporting singer to an emperor is truly the greatest gift one can receive. Turning her head, the blonde closed her eyes and placed the tips of her fingers against her forehead, flicking her hair back and smiling in a rather smug way. Truly, it is the responsibility of an emperor to bring forth beauty in all things. Such as if dear Cecilia ever joins us. She stopped talking. He was thankful until he realized where her eyes were pointed. His own gaze shifted downwards, his features flattened as he stared at the mangled remains of the potato that he had just crushed in his grip. Opening his fish, the mashed-up chunks dropped onto the board. Mashed potato. Perhaps this was salvageable. Setting the knife down on the side, he glanced at the already pre-peeled potatoes he had done before glancing down to the smear he had made with his fist. A nod of the head later, he was pulling the bowl of potatoes in front of him and bringing a clenched fist above them. I will see what I can do for Olga, but I make no promises, and I would urge you to explore other avenues of theater, though I feel inclined to ask, was this in regards to the venture you came to discuss some time ago? You remember that? Maurice sounded surprised. Ash paused before he swung his arm down, shooting a side eye at the French monarch. I remember everything. The words hung in the air for a few moments, then the silence that settled was far from comfortable. It was his own error, his ominous phrasing had clearly caused some small measure of upset. I recall voicing my opposition as well. He continued on, placing his hands flat against either side of the bowl and staring down at the potatoes for a good couple of seconds. His head turned, his eyes came to bear on the group, and he offered them what he hoped was something of a comforting smile. It was easy, practice at offering such false smiles afforded him the ease of making one on demand. You may consider the opposition rescinded. Nero was the first to react to the news, beaming widely and nodding her head up and down. I knew that you would eventually come around to see my way of things on the matter. What is more, with the talk of the father of the fortune goddess walking the halls now, it seems as though we can finally account for Pharaoh's temporary incapacitation. The caster was being watched for the time being after the passive encounter with Hanleth, though special dispensation was offered on account of them being tricked into offering help through false pretenses. Ash suspected it was just as much Olga looking for someone to vent at, in regards to outing as an idol and none of the actual ringleaders being present. He paused, something tickled his senses from across the facility, the familiar hum of divinity echoed through the building all around him. Invisible to those, but he was aware of it the moment that it arrived, one that was rather familiar to him. So they have arrived as well now. Unsurprising, he knew of their past and knew they would not have allowed him to roam free for long. He supposed all he could do now was wait for them to appear. His eyes turned back to the potatoes and he brought his fist up. Did punching it work? Not as well as I would have imagined. He responded with a furrowed brow, leaning back to examine the mess that he had made earlier, bringing up a hand and rubbing away at his chin thoughtfully. It was not going according to plan, but he was making progress. It was a meal he recalled from his youth. Or he hoped it was his youth, it was a memory which clung to him, so it was probably one of his. I see. I was under the impression they used tools for grinding up starch. Ash paused, then turned his head to the speaker and raised a brow, though it was directed to himself rather than her. I believe you are probably correct. It merely escaped me in the moment. I crushed one potato and then saw the opportunity to crush more. It was strangely calming. He saw a faint twitch from Altera. I do not recall the process of cooking being violent. But I have never cooked before. So I do not know if that is correct or not, but I do not believe that it should be considered similar to battle. Unless it is hunting, then it is. That seemed like a fair assessment, and he was not exactly hunting potatoes. It was an indulgence and it has cost me, it seems. He muttered to himself, placing his hands on his hips and frowning rather deeply for a second or two, then his face reverted. Not that it will change much, the lumps will be ground into finer pieces if I continue on my current course of action. Altera nodded her head. That is true. Then she paused, lips twitching down for a moment as her body leaned forwards. Will you continue to attack it with your hands? I will search for some manner of tool to make this job easier. If I continue to strike the potatoes, I am concerned I will destroy parts of the kitchen. That would be unacceptable. Kitchens are used to provide food to the hungry, harming them would be bad civilization. Very. He replied quickly, briefly stepping away from the side and towards the direction of the saber, glancing from her into the one by her side. An odd combination to see the two of them together, yet it was not something which brought any manner of response from him. If you are here for food, I am afraid only Sigurd knows the recipes for Estus soup and he is currently reoccupied with. A loud snore came from across the room. Resting, he swiveled an eye into the direction of the sleeping man, propped up against the wall with a flannel covering his face, arms folded over his chest. The loud snores displacing the flannel up and down with each intake of breath. Altera turned to him. Is it not normal to do that in one's own chambers? Sigurd sleeps where he likes. I see. Beatrice watched him for a few moments longer, then turned to him and flashed an understanding smile. That's all right, I'm not feeling all that hungry anyway, or ever, actually. I'm undead, same as you, and now I'm blithering on because I'm running out of things to say. Keep sentences concise and meaningful. Altera interrupted her with a side eye. It makes them simpler to understand. Right, of course, thank you. Clearing her throat, the caster reached up and adjusted the brim of her wide hat. But we're just taking a short break as I think over some things. It was mostly to do with the magecraft that humans have here. A bit different to sorcery but still quite interesting. That depended on the definition, he supposed, but he was aware of what the scholars would find intriguing about it. Beatrice was one such scholar, even if she was not wholly aware of it. Or accepting of the title. How have your efforts with examining magecraft been going then? He asked instead, idly curious as to whether Altera or Beatrice had been able to find anything of value. At the rate Olga had been speaking of their two systems, her frequent remarks about the Age of Gods made it sound as though their own sorcery was better on the whole. Not that he cared for such things, his knowledge of magecraft showed that it was more varied. But, then again, so could miracles and pyromancies. Beatrice perked up while Altera remained stone-faced, not that he expected a reaction from her in the first place. It is actually quite interesting. All this formal craft stuff led me to speaking with this one human in the base who had some experience in it. She leaned forwards, resting her arms on the counter. He agreed to show me some basic little pointers if I could get some materials on the rayshift missions in case we encounter some wyverns. He asked for some scales or organs, maybe one of the other creatures as well. Bargaining for teaching. An equivalent exchange, he supposed, doing something for something. I can acquire these items with ease. Altera declared, as though there was any unspoken doubt that she needed to banish away. Regarding her with a brief look, he turned his eyes back onto Beatrice. And what is it that you intend to do with this magecraft once you have learned it? The witch paused for a moment, then flushed rather lightly and offered a faint shrug. Well, I was just learning it because it was there. I didn't really have a reason not to, and I wanted to compare it. It's the sort of thing that I'm a little jealous of not knowing, at least when I was alive. If she said so. I was curious if Beatrice could make it into something worthwhile. Altera commented. Its descriptions have made it sound lackluster. She just wanted to see if it could be turned impressive. Altera's natural curiosity was somewhat envious. She didn't appear to have the same restrictions upon her that he had on him. Outwardly, he hummed and nodded his head up and down, sorting through the drawers until he pulled forth one of the items he had been told of and had seen through many different eyes. A hilt with a meshed head of folded steel bars, perfect for grinding up the potatoes more thoroughly. Do you intend to do something else with this knowledge? Beatrice tapped her fingers on the counter, then grunted and shrugged. I'm not sure. When I leave this place I'll probably forget everything I ever learned, so I might make a little record of all my little spells and notes. A brief pause followed, then a smile blossomed across her face. That is what I will do. I'll make a little research journal that details everything. I can leave that here, right? He wouldn't know, but he didn't see why she would be unable to. If you must. Altera kept silent, her eyes blinked from Beatrice and back onto him. Would you make a book? Ash paused, his brows furrowed, turning his head onto the tanned woman and lowering his arms to his side. A book on what? Cooking. I do not believe it would be worth writing a book on that manner of topic, even if I were capable of reading and writing. His comment earned a grunt of understanding from Altera. She brought her focus away from him and back onto the counter. I suspect if you asked Sigurd that question, he would respond with a more positive answer. It might be worth asking him, so that the recipes of Katarina are not lost when he is desummoned. It was worth remembering them, if only in part. He was sure that it was something that Sigurd would leap at the chance of doing, he was rather puzzled that he hadn't done it now. Actually, that was rather an odd thing. You have caused me to have some curious thoughts on this subject. He spoke aloud, turning his head back towards the bowl and looming over it, bringing up the masher and pressing down into the vegetables, crushing them up into finer pieces. There are a great many cooks in Chaldea, but they have made little effort to ensure their teachings remain after they are gone. Altera grunted. Is that so? I understood it that humans made records of subjects that held value to them. This is confusing. Does this not imply that the works of the Chaldean chefs are not worth preserving? All he could do was shrug his shoulders. It was worth asking about it. Morning, Ash. He glanced across to the speaker, watching as Boudica entered the kitchens with a smile aimed in his direction. A swift grunt was his response as he resumed his work. How are you feeling? I am not suffering from any lingering effects of the singularity, if that is what troubles you. He felt the stare of Boudica on the side of his head. After a few moments of silence from the writer, he was able to deduce the nature of her question. With a short sigh, he turned himself about to face her and leveled his features. I understand the intention and I approve of it. You made an effort to ensure that Gawain was, more than just the tool of Guinevere. If I had the same chance, I would have done the same. Boudica grimaced slightly, her hands moved across and rubbed at her wrists. That might be so, but it was done without your permission. Pushing the matter was. It was an opportunity and, Ash lowered his gaze, there was simply more to it than that. And I would find myself more aggrieved if Ritska had opted to tear down everything related to the singularity for the simple fact that I had been returned to a state I hold no affection for. Really, it was as much as he deserved. It was strangely comforting in a way, that he had finally received some measure of punishment for his actions. It was why he had made no effort to combat the influence of Hanlith from within his mind, even if there was a chance he could have broken it. You do not need to be so concerned about my feelings on the matter. He continued on with a shake of the head, meeting the troubled eyes of Boudica once more. I hold no grudge over what was done, and if it was between the comfort of the servants in the singularity and my own personal discomfort, then he made the right logical choice. Boudica grimaced. Whether you believe that or not, Ash, what I'm telling you is that it is all right for you to be upset about what happened. Upset about it? He barely even thought about it. No, that wasn't quite right. He did think of it, but it was mostly limited towards the fact that it further compounded the proof of concept that Jean Alter had given him. It was possible for him to change. That, it made the process more bearable. If it took being turned into Gawain to figure it all out, then that was fine with him. I'm relieved, in a small way. Towards the end, Gawain was acting for what he wanted rather than what he was commanded to do. That was acceptable. I still hold no affection for him or what he was in life, but this and that are two different things. The writer said nothing, still looking on as though she wasn't wholly convinced. Her guilt was misplaced. Even if he was more offended by what had happened, then it was a well-deserved punishment against him in place of the fact Ritska hadn't done anything to him. Though there was something else. Have you ever considered making a cookbook? Boudica's expression flipped, the sudden switch of the topic clearly caught her off guard. He missed the rest of her expression as he turned back around and picked up his knife with his sword arm and went to work. A cookbook. He heard the surprise in the voice of Boudica as he brought the knife onto the meat, cutting away at the lumps of fat around it with. Rather tough. He supposed it might have been better if he used something like beef rather than wyvern, but given that he was the one who was going to eat this, it didn't seem like it would be worth using good quality produce on him. It was something that occurred to me as I spoke with Altera earlier. He peeled the fat from the meat and dumped it in the small bowl, already growing quite a large supply of it. He wasn't sure what else they could do with it though. Humans make books about cooking, and it became clear that we have a number of experienced cooks in Chaldea, so I was curious as to why no one had made an effort to keep a record of all these recipes. Pausing in his work, His lips thinned and he turned to Boudica. For those like myself, there are few things worse than the loss of a memory. Most strive to ensure they leave something behind for future generations, whether it is good or bad is something else entirely, but it remains. She stared at him with raised brows. That seemed a touch more profound than your usual comments. He blinked at her observation, then reviewed his words and found himself nodding. I suppose it does. I wouldn't know. The woman shook her head from side to side as she worked away on her own food. I wasn't saying that it was a bad thing, you've made a good point. People do go out of their way to leave a legacy behind, there are worse things we can do than drum up a cookbook. She smiled in his direction, and it would certainly be something to leave behind. I can quite imagine it. With a chuckle, she brought up her hand and swept it to the side, as if dragging something through the air. The Guide to Making the Perfect Hamburger, by Arthur Pendragon. Her voice shifted and turned more grandiose. By the time she was finished, Boudica sounded to be on the cusp of wheezing. Ash kept his face still, just staring at the back of her head as she brought herself back around to face him. But I think it sounds like a wonderful idea, Ash. I know that Sigward will be rather excited to write down all the recipes he's saved up over the years. He's always talking about the adventures he went on to collect them. He met her gaze and nodded, as he suspected. Though something else caught his focus. He didn't know that about Sigward. He knew bits and pieces, but he had never really sat down and talked with the man. Not truly. It was rather jarring to hear Boudica speak of them with such familiarity. Something that he lacked entirely. It would not surprise him if the writer knew Sigward better than he did. On the outside, he rolled his jaw and hummed. You sound approving of the idea as well. A blink from the writer, her free hand came away from the pot and scratched at the side of her cheek. Do I? Well, I can't say that I'd be all that much of a master chef when compared to some of the others in Chaldea at the moment, but it does seem like a sort of harmless little activity. Maybe something for some of the beginners to try. Simple recipes you can make quickly rather than complicated dishes. Yes, he could see the value in that. He was sure that Ritska would see the value of it as well. What about you? Any idea what sort of recipe you would offer? Ash blinked at the question, then blinked again when he realized it was being addressed towards himself. A frown creased his lips, then he shook his head from side to side. It was something I suggested for others. My achievements in cooking have been limited to a fire and nothing else. Waving a hand to his current product, he continued onwards. Sensei only agreed to this because it was something simple and she claimed she was feeling in a charitable mood. Excluding the comment she had made, purely to herself, about how it should be impossible for anyone to destroy something as simple as mashed potatoes and that as long as there was another person in the kitchen, he shouldn't be able to set anything on fire. Boudica frowned, looking as though she wanted to say something. What's this I hear about a book writing wand? An orange blur vaulted over the counter and into the kitchen. Furred paws found their way onto his shoulders and a head loomed over him, casting a scrutinous gaze onto his work. With a faint sigh, Ash brought his free hand up and pushed the head away from him, separating himself from the newly arrived servant. He supposed it would have been time for her to show up anyway. Kat-sensei. He greeted her with a cordial nod of the head. I was suggesting that the experienced chefs in Chaldea make a coordinated effort to craft a recipe book for their favorite creations. The expression the berserker made was a rather unique one, shifting from surprise, then to intrigue before it finally settled on something that radiated pride. Oya, oya, oya. Why was she making those noises? The ears atop her head twitched back and forth, her lips spread into a smile and her hands came to a rest on her hips. The gleam in the bright amber orbs was rather reflective, then the servant made a pleased sound as she nodded her head up and down, pulling a hand out and placing a paw atop his head, rubbing it back and forth. A rather excellent idea, which only goes to show my skill as a sensei. She had nothing to do with the concept of the idea in the least. With a flat look, he pushed her hand off his head and exhaled. Shall I assume then, Kat-sensei, that you would be interested in such a venture? Of course I would be, Juan. She exclaimed in his face, whipping around and moving further into the kitchens, striding forth and radiating arrogance fit for a king. or the goddess she was descended from, whichever the two came first. By claiming the top spot in a cookbook like this, I can show everyone that I have the best energy to be a maid wife. He and Boudica spared a glance at one another, then back to the berserker who seemed to live in her own painted world. I can't wait to show those other tales that I have my name in an actual cookbook alongside some of the greatest in history. It would surely make them weep and cry, ultimately begging for me to put an end to their embarrassment. Juan. Boudica leaned towards him. I don't think she understands the purpose of this in the first place. He whispered back. I don't think she cares. Spinning around, the berserker pointed a clawed paw in his direction, smiling broadly with a sharp-toothed grin. All right then, we're going to make it the most perfect book that will ever be seen. The type of book that Gushujin-sama will treasure for the rest of their days. A beat. Placing a hand on her chest, a smug grin spread over the face of the cat. Naturally I will be there at their side for those days, serving as a faithful cat maid/wife, but that should go without saying. Juan. If she continued to talk like this, then he didn't think it would be long until the likes of Kiyohime ended up appearing. Any mention of someone being a spouse to Ritsuka was bound to call her forth akin to a summoning stone. He turned back to his food. And what the heck are you doing, anyone? He blinked, then glanced and registered the fact she was right next to him. Her eyes squinted rather tight to the point he could barely make out her pupils, her large hands gripping his own and slowly pulling his knife away from the carved piece of meat. I'm cutting the meat. Cutting it up like you're Jack the Ripper in Whitechapel is what you're doing. The comparison made him come up short, unable to really form an answer to that. If only because the actual statement was so outrageous, something that was clearly felt by Boudica if the sudden coughing fit by the writer in the background was any indication. Excuse me. She ignored his tone, instead she pointed at the cut-off sections he'd been using. Look at these. What sort of knife did you even use? They're cut up all unevenly, some of them look more like triangles. Juan. And don't get me started on your efforts to remove the fat from the joint. Did you just grab it with your fingers and rip it off? It only seemed to get worse when she found the mashed potatoes. Apparently you needed to do more than mash the potatoes. He did not know that. It seemed as though mashed potatoes were more complicated than he expected, and his support from Boudica was limited to, cut him some slack, it's his first time. Though he wasn't sure what was worth laughing about. He kept his expression blank through the sputtering chuckles from Nobunaga, the archer thumping her fist against the countertop, dropping her head onto it and continuing her wheezing. Ash kept silent as he stared at her, turning his eyes from the woman and off into the distance. Her chuckles had since attracted more than a few eyes in their general direction, but they were short-lived glances. None came over to see what the matter was and clearly had far more interesting things to worry about. Why you just crushed up potatoes and said, it's mashed now, and thought that what pfff the ha 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 ha. The table battery resumed. At this point he was starting to become concerned that she would eventually cause some manner of damage to the side. Though Nobunaga was smart enough to hold her strength back, giving one final wheeze as she pulled her head up, revealing the tears which had already started streaming down her face. It is called mashed potatoes. Folding his arms, he felt a flicker of annoyance burn within him coupled with shame for making such a blunder. One would have assumed that it was merely potatoes that had been mashed up. Another snort escaped the archer. She wiped her eyes clean and exhaled. Why yeah, they're mashed. She paused. Nobunaga squinted at him with her lips twitching upwards, already threatening to burst into another fit of cackles. Did you think people just ground up potato and ate it raw? He wasn't going to answer that question. He had a feeling that if he did, it would only end up looking worse for him. Clearly his lack of an answer was an answer unto itself. A fresh stream of laughter poured out from the archer as she dropped her head into her hands, another chorus of mirth echoing out from her. It was hardly as though I could check how the potatoes are made. Her laughter faded away at his defense. Her head came up and she cracked a raised eyebrow at him. You didn't think to ask. A flat stare was leveled at her. Why would I ask for how to make something that I assumed I knew how to make? Nobunaga opened her mouth, raising a single finger. She paused, the finger lowered and her mouth closed as her brows furrowed. With a hum of acknowledgement, she conceded to his point. Not that it was a point he was proud of, because apparently he didn't know how to make mashed potatoes and had apparently butchered potatoes for nothing. Something that Kat-sensei was rather displeased about. With a sigh, the archer rubbed her fingers over her temple. Right, look, no one is expecting you to take off the ground running like this. The only thing that you've thus far cooked successfully in your life are living things. And you know they're ready when they stop moving and screaming. She made it sound horrific. She was also quite correct. It is more complicated than I had previously imagined, yes. His reply was slow, his eyes turned downcast onto the side while his arms remained folded. Though I am intending to persevere through this, though I had hoped that the likes of potatoes would have been easy. I am aiming for foods that can be made in simple conditions, like being away on ray shifts. Nobunaga made a noise. Yeah, I didn't think you were cooking for yourself. You had to be dragged to that damn Christmas table and then all but force the food down your throat. An exaggeration. No, it isn't. Without someone pulling your ear, you'd have stood with the literal living suit of armor and just stared at us while we ate. He probably would have. Shaking his head, Ash shifted the focus of the conversation. This is not the point. Merely that cooking is a challenge I am not accustomed to dealing with, but I will approach it in the same way I do with all others, but I am unsure if that would be wise. Red eyes squinted slightly, the archer leaned forwards. What are you talking about now? Chaldea's supplies are not so bountiful that I can afford this tactic of trial and error so commonly. My mistakes here have greater consequences and my lack of talent has already resulted in the loss of vital ingredients. They will need to be resupplied in the future because of this. His arms uncrossed, his hands fell onto the counter and he placed his weight onto them, hanging his head low. It might be that, as with sorcery, I do not have the affinity for this particular act. When the hell did I allow myself to be seen with such a defeatist? It was the only warning he got before he registered an impact on the side of his head. Blinking, he brought his gaze up and furrowed his brows at the archer as she shook her hand from side to side, wincing ever so slightly and staring at her palm. She recovered and focused her eyes upon him. No battle is ever won without costs. You win some and you lose some, but you keep on trying. You want to make some food. Then you get back in that kitchen. Even if it takes you 100 failures, you'll get those mashed potatoes right. Or are you so weak of heart that you'll be defeated by vegetables? His lips thinned. No, I'm not. Damn right you're not. You're the retainer of the demon king of the sixth heaven. Her finger thumped into his forehead, she twisted it from side to side as though trying to drill into his skull. Get this through that absurding thick head of yours. Anyone who has a dream they want to achieve shouldn't stop trying to do it for anything and anyone. Pulling her hand away, she sternly folded them over her chest as she sat up straight. In the span of time of this immense universe, a single human life is like that of a single blink. So why would you waste so much time fretting over whether you should try and achieve something? Try. Fail. Try again. Until that blink is over, never stop trying to achieve those goals of yours. Silence stretched between the two of them. Then the archer spoke again, a wide smile splitting her face. Damn, that was a good speech, if I do say so myself. You feeling motivated? It was convincing. Better have been. I'd have tried to hit you again if you said no after all that. She paused, then shook her hand once more and shot him a pout. And I really don't want to hit your head again, I mean what is it actually made of? I would really like to know because there's definitely castle walls who are jealous of you. He didn't think his head was actually that thick in the first place. At least, he'd thought it no thicker than any other head. But maybe taking so many blows to the skull before had hardened it. Certainly a possibility. Anyway, if you were looking for hobbies in the first place, you should have come to me. Nobunaga changed topics, the pout on her face deepened. I'd have shown you all the things that could be done. Like making that crossbow grenade launcher of, you know, tea ceremonies. I actually have something of a talent for those. He squinted. Why would I want to learn about a tea ceremony? The archer furrowed her brows. Why would you want to learn a traditional Japanese tea ceremony for your Japanese master? Ah, yes. I believe I see your point now. It would be more for the benefit of Ritsuka, and he didn't have a reason not to do it. No, that wasn't entirely true. There were reasons not to do it, he just elected to ignore those reasons. Going through the effort of doing something that would not benefit him in any strategic way, this would be purely for decoration or festival. And it was something from Ritsuka's own homeland. I will elect to seek you out once I have mastered the art of making mashed potatoes. A single nod from Nobunaga was the response, the pout shifted into a smug grin. Good. See that you do. A couple seconds passed. Now then, what's this I hear about a cookbook? It is a book on cookery and baking. I would assume that desserts would be a natural inclusion to them. But it needs to have the largest section. His eyes closed, his head hung itself low. I am not the one writing the book in the first place. I have no power over what is or is not being included in its pages. Why not? The speaker's frown was rather palpable, his head came up and his expression turned flat. Mainly because the alternative was an annoyed scowl and he was trying his best to maintain some semblance of professionalism when around her. Ever since they all came back, she had been unusually eager to go near him. No, it wasn't that it was unusual. It was just annoying. Caffrey's eyes lingered on him for a moment more, then she pressed a finger down into the table and pushed herself up. This is something that will be the legacy of not just heroic spirits but also that of Haida itself. It needs to have the biggest selection to reflect the baked supremacy of that kingdom. He cocked a brow. If you're so determined to have the recipes included, then why not just write them down and submit them yourself? Caffrey's face blanked, for all of half a second. Her eyes darted away from him, her cheeks turned bright red and her next words came out as something more of an abashed sputter. Well, that isn't the whole purpose of a princess, right? You're the one who wants to try and learn how to bake, so I determined that it would be more appropriate for you. Finding confidence in her answer, she turned to him and beamed. So that means that I, as the elder sister, will do my utmost to support my little brother's dreams and ensure that you become a fine creator of baked goods. Which means that I am entrusting you with my hopes and dreams for the confectionery section of this culinary journal. He figured that he would be approached by more divines when his heritage was outed, but he didn't think they would be as forward as this. At least Gwendolyn had yet to jump him, they didn't seem to hate him any less than they did before. Or if they didn't, Ash failed to notice. I believe that I can manage without your support. Caffrey's features turned flat. Is this before or after you serve up another dish of smashed up raw potatoes as food? Ash froze. Who told you about that? Everyone knows. They could hear the cat woman shouting about it up and down the halls. Leaning forwards, Caffrey glanced left and right before inclining her head towards him, raising a brow and flicking an eye up and down. I could give you a little blessing to make you more lucky when it comes to food, and then naturally you could show your appreciation through some small tribute. Was she supposed to be this painfully obvious? He wasn't sure if it was just pathetic or insulting. You just want me to make you baked confectionery. No. A reply after a few seconds, then she added on. I want you to realize that you want to make me baked confectionery. Caffrey exhaled. Besides, I'm sure that Mother would appreciate it. Ash froze once more. His body straightened out, his expression lost any trace of emotion. Keeping his feelings bottled up proved a challenge, so he settled for giving his older sister a long and unbroken stare. I am not taking up cooking just so I can present my creations to Mother. He kept his voice clipped. Caffrey frowned, then opened her mouth to speak again. Daughter. A tired voice broke her words, she flinched and turned her gaze with Ash's soon followed. Flan approached the pair of them, only briefly turning his eyes onto him before they locked onto his daughter once more. Your relations with him do not give you the right to demand tribute. It must be earned if it is to have any value to it, besides, it would be clear that his efforts would be somewhat troubled with his undead nature. The god waved a hand. Not to mention that I will not permit you to spend your hours gorging on such sugary foods, I will not preside over you becoming like your older sister. Visions of a den of old bottles and empty crisp packets flickered through Ash's mind. It was rather hilarious to think of a god living in such squalor by choice. I wouldn't. Caffrey hastily replied back, somewhat indignantly. I'm just encouraging his hobby and giving him some advice on what brand of foods he should begin making in the future that would be more popular with the denizens of Chaldea. A beak, she pressed a hand over her chest. And that I, as his big sister, would be there to bless his creations and give them my wholehearted praise. Flan looked far from convinced. Which would naturally come at the small price of you being allowed first choice for the best of his creations. No. Quote. Caffrey leaned backwards, then turned to him and dropped her voice into a whisper. We'll discuss it later. And then she took off with a beat of her wings, shooting past Flan and right out of the doors of the cafeteria. The red-haired god closed his eyes and dropped his head, bringing a hand up to cover his face. That girl. Ash kept himself quiet, even as Flan removed his hand and turned to him with a slightly furrowed brow. Whatever problems you have with Guinevere, they do not transfer to Caffrey. Do you understand? His eyes narrowed back at the fire god, saying nothing to them. With a grunt, Flan turned from him and walked off without another word. Ash exhaled, turning his head and lowering it down once more. Kitchens were complicated places, it seemed. Seconds ticked past. How long are you going to watch me? A rattle of metal, the clank of armored steps as the air before him shimmered with golden light. Do you dare presume you could summon me so simply, beast? Ash raised his eyes, staring at the blond man with a flat look. Then pointedly looked them up and down. Ruby red eyes narrowed, the slits grew tighter. Oh. So I see that you fancy yourself a jester. Or are you drunk from the belief that you might survive earning my ire? I'm sure that you could devise some method of killing within time. Ash replied slowly, straightening himself out, keeping his voice flat as he spoke. Just as I'm sure that, given enough time, I would eventually manage to get close enough to kill you. Either way, a battle between us would destroy Chaldea, and that is something I do not have interest in doing. A raised brow greeted him, the unasked question hung in the air. You've been watching me all day. Ever since you were summoned, I was curious as to why that was. The moment I detected your essence, I would have thought we would be confronting one another within moments. HMPH. Conceitful beast, are you not? The blonde scoffed dismissively. You assume much, I have far more pressing concerns on my mind. Evaluating the humans of this place took precedence. Despite your nature, you were hardly deserving of my immediate attention. So it seemed. A moment passed, then the lips of the blonde curved into a smirk. And I found it amusing to watch you fumble your way through that kitchen. For a moment I had believed you to have discovered an extra class reserved for jesters. Surely you would have placed grand amongst those for your performance. His smirk grew, on the verge of laughter. I deemed it a performance worth seeing through until the end. It was not something I did for amusement. And yet you have amused the king. The smirk faded, the narrowed eyes returned. You should show far more pride in this achievement than you currently display, but that is beside the point. What are you doing? Ash glanced down at his mangled food. Between the ruined potato crumbs and the mangled burnt strips of wyvern meat, he would have been inclined to say he was trying to cook, but he figured that the person before him didn't mean to be so literal. Trying to find out what the point of it all is. Oh, you think you can force an understanding upon yourself through such menial tasks? His tone was laced with amusement, that if you were to take on the role of a mere peasant, you might be granted enlightenment of a people you understand nothing about. What juvenile thinking! It wholly befits you. He felt annoyance surge through him for a moment, his eyes locked onto the blondes and his expression tightened, withholding what he actually wanted to say to them. If you came here just to mock me, then I would say that you are too frivolous with your time. Fool! I am entitled to spend my time how I so desire. Of course, the privilege of the one true king. Or so they would say. He could call it the laziness of an indifferent tyrant. And I told you that it befitted you. You begin with nothing, learning from the ground up is the only path open to you. Though whether anything comes of this path is hardly my concern, watching your struggles is amusement enough for me to consider it a distraction worth entertaining, so long as it does not become boring. The threat hung in the air, it needn't be said what would happen if they were to find his quest boring. Is that the only reason for your coming here then? Not that he would be surprised if it was, knowing what he knew of the story of Gilgamesh and having seen it through the eyes of Solomon, he knew that this was a man who prized his amusement above all else. The world existed for the sake of the king to do with as he wished. I see no reason why I should give my reasons to you. I wished only to see what Chaldea had achieved. I found myself underwhelmed. A moment of silence, then the blonde shifted his head to the side and rolled his jaw. Though their unbroken resolve to face down the god they allowed to escape and correct their failure is worthy of praise. At least they are committed to correcting their blunder. A flash of annoyance swirled through him as the words registered. His complaint was allowing Gwyn to escape. Was that really what they were going to call them out on? Emotion surged through him, his hands clenched into fists and his teeth grit together, the words escaped him as a restrained hiss. For one who claims Chaldea allowed a god to escape, I do not recall seeing your pompous ass anywhere near the battlefield. Gilgamesh turned on him slowly. When they spoke it was in a cold tone of voice. I am not some attack hound to be unleashed upon the enemies of humanity. If they could not even best a feeble old man, then they had no business calling upon my aid to begin with. Had they not been so careless then they would not have allowed the mongrel to slip through their grasp. Closing his eyes, Gilgamesh turned his head from him and walked off. Time will reveal if they shall fumble at the next blow. They came close and for that reason, I shall allow them a second chance, but if they fail yet again, then there will be no third. Ash stared at the back of the king's head for a moment, then spoke up. There will be no need for a third. There should have been no cause for a second. Gilgamesh was absolutely right with that. There should not have been cause for a second. But there was. It was purely because of the pride of the man in front of him that there was cause for a second chance. He resisted the urge to click his tongue as he realized that forging an argument with the man over whose fault the escape of Gwyn was would be utterly futile. Gilgamesh would never admit that his actions were responsible for Gwyn's survival and escape, nor would Ash state that the interference of the king would have made no difference. The king turned around, his eyes narrowed slightly. You are being shown leniency here, beast. Only until you make amends for your actions. If I am not satisfied with your progress, I will see to it that you suffer the consequences for transgressing in my garden. My quest is not for your satisfaction. It was, the moment you set foot on this world, everything you did and everything you were existed purely for my eyes to judge. With a grunt, the king turned around and marched away. Do not ever forget that. Ash watched the man depart, curled his lips and glanced off to the side. A sigh escaped him. He heard footsteps approaching him from behind. Registering the appearance of the tanned archer a moment later, the man leaned forwards and sent a troubled scowl in the direction of the retreating king before they stepped back. An explosive sigh followed next. Of all the servants to show up, figures that he would eventually opt to stick his nose into everything. Grumbling, the archer turned his head, though not before fixing his silver eyes upon him. I don't envy the attention you've garnered from that one, and I would watch yourself around them, if only for the damage they could end up doing to everyone else if the two of you had a physical altercation. His concern was warranted, he supposed. But the words of Archer were somewhat striking to him. You've had experience with him before then. Archer made an odd face at his words. Something like that. With a hum, Ash turned his head from the archer and spoke, then I do not envy you either. Having to deal with that gold-plated tyrant for more than a single conversation. Archer snorted. We didn't do a lot of talking to one another, though he tends to have that effect on everyone. Hardly a surprise. Still, it would appear Chaldea did have some more troublesome individuals arriving. And it would be best if someone checked to see if Velka was still alive, especially since it was through her direct plan that Gwyn came to life. If there was one that Gilgamesh would have greater cause for disgust with above him, it would probably be her. Well, He was sure someone would check. There was no reason that he would spare the time. He needed to work on these mashed potatoes anyway. Hey, Ash, are you making so brew? The noise made by the approaching Gareth was one that sounded barely human. His head came up and he stared at her. Furrowing his brows at her rapidly paling expression, slowly, the Lancer raised a shaking hand and pointed it towards him, or, more specifically, the bowl in front of him, filled with his second attempt at mashed potatoes. I is that. Quote. It's mashed potatoes, yes. She turned on her heel and bolted in the next second. He vaguely heard something about her having to warn King Arthur and Lancelot, but he didn't pay all that much attention. He turned his head down and stared at the bowl once more, then roamed through the information in his mind. It took a few moments before he finally settled on what it was that might have set Gareth off. Sir Gawain made mashed potatoes frequently. He failed to see why that would bring such a reaction from Gareth, though. With an internal shrug, he went back to work. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. A notice of the past. She heard the call and she answered it. Actually, she had been meaning to heed the summoning for a while now, but it would always be just a touch too short for her to get hold of. Individuals kept jumping in front of her and rushing down before she had a chance. It got a little vexing after a while, but this was her chance and she knew that her patience would eventually be rewarded. Getting upset about it wouldn't do anything other than lower her mood. It would also have been very immature of her. Light bathed the room as she materialized, stepping forwards through the shimmering display. She pulled a smile that was wholly befitting of the title of saint and gazed down, locking eyes with the dark-haired young man before her. Wait, didn't they look a little too young? It wasn't that he looked as though he aged gracefully, it was more like they were just a teenager or something. He couldn't have been older than 18, on the cusp of manhood at the very least. To say nothing of the girl in the light gray coat, hoodie, the throne informed her, worn over the top of a black one-piece shirt and skirt. Lilac-colored hair and a single visible eye uncovered by the forward-hanging bangs. Keeping her smile in the face of this rather odd display was a touch challenging, but she was aware of something happening that was truly dire. The world was at stake, so clearly they weren't in a position to choose who they could use to save it. Such was often the case with those who were destined for such things, it was normally whomever they had at the time. Truly, it was lamentable for souls so young to need to call upon her. Greetings. Her voice clipped out, polite and gentle. My name is Martha, I have answered your summons to save this world from danger. I look forward to working alongside you through this trying time. There. That was exactly the sort of thing that a saint would say. Silence stretched, for only a single moment, then the boys smiled back at her and nodded their head once. Gesturing to themselves as they responded, their own voice in an equal measure of politeness to her own. Thank you for answering our summons, Martha. I'm Ritsuka Fujimaru and I look forward to getting to know you as well. Getting to know her. What a nice thing for them to say, what a polite young man they were. They had been raised quite nicely then, a relief to see. Yes. Stifling a jerked movement, her eyes switched over to the rather loud call from the lilac-haired girl as they stepped forwards and bowed their head, a little too deeply if she was being honest, and continued to speak in a louder than normal voice. My name is Mash Kyrielite, demi-servant. I look forward to working with you as well, Saint Martha. Ah, so they had heard of her. Well, it wasn't as though it wasn't something she expected but. Her mind froze for a fraction of an instant. Demi-servant. She tasted the word, it didn't sound all that palatable but for reasons that she couldn't quite comprehend yet. Already informed of what a pseudo-servant would have been through the throne, but she hadn't any information on a demi-servant. I cannot say I have heard of the term before. With a shake of the head, she set the matter aside and stepped forwards. But it is a pleasure to meet you both. Something crackled in the air around her, she froze for half an instant before turning her gaze to the source. At the far end of the bleached room was a singular pane of glass, through which she could see a collection of figures. 2 women and 1 man. The brunette was obviously a servant, she could sense that much. The white-haired woman was a little bit different. Still young-looking but certainly an adult. Then came the final man with strawberry-like hair and a look on his face that set her hackles up for whatever reason. She wasn't sure what it was, but they struck her in such a way that was rather displeasing to look at. Did she really just dislike someone upon a single glance? That was a rather terrible thing to do. She silently sent an apology in the direction of the man. He did not deserve such unjust ire levied at him. Wow, you summoned a really strong servant this time, Fujimaru-kun. The voice of the man echoed through the room, leaning forwards and speaking through some device that intensified their words. Saint Martha of Bethany is pretty famous, most of all for having met Jesus. She was the sister of Lazarus, which, well, that should go without saying. You've probably heard of them, right? All right, maybe they were a touch pushing things a little. To witness the resurrection of her brother was indeed a miracle she would never forget, but she could still recall the pain she felt upon finding his body the morning of his death. It was a miracle that was as beautiful as it was rooted in tragedy. And then there was Tarisk, the dragon that was said to have tamed through the power of love. Outwardly, she smiled and nodded her head up and down with their description. Inwardly, she felt herself sweat a little. She needed to ensure that Tarisk never spoke of what happened. It was of the utmost importance of her image. Really? The tone of Ritsuka sounded more amazed than skeptical. They turned on her with bright awe-filled eyes. Whoa, I guess that means that Jean is going to be happy we have someone else. Jean. She blinked, then leaned forward slightly. As in Saint Jean. Le Pucelle. A rapid nod of the head came from Mash this time. Yes, she's been in Chaldea for some time now. I'm sure she would be very happy to meet you as well. Right. Yes. A fellow saint. That was wonderful. It was Jeanne d'Arc. They would probably see through her efforts like they were windows. How would she be able to put up a display of a true saint when they had the likes of Le Pucelle already walking around in the halls of Chaldea? She would look more like a child playing dress-up than any action saint of worth. She was going to make an utter sham of the title, she could just tell. Wait, no, she could not afford to think so negatively. She had vague recollections of meeting them before, hazy but there, and by all accounts her speakings with the saint had been rather cordial and somewhat pleasant. If there was nothing outwardly troubling about those memories, then she could assume that there was no problem with her. She was just a touch surprised to learn that they had been summoned to Chaldea before she had, but that wasn't anything to gripe about. If she remained true and diligent, then she was sure that keeping her less presentable qualities would become simple. With individuals as well-mannered as this as her master and companion, and with the likes of Jeanne d'Arc already here, then she was sure that this place was a bastion of goodwill and harmony. She doubted there would actually be anything to set her off. Oh, looks like you've got a couple more summons on the way, Fujimaru-kun. Again, this time the voice was that of the white-haired woman, who sounded more than a little exhausted. Further proven when they brought their hand up and rubbed away at their temples. Turning their head, she just about heard their muffled words in the background. Can we at least determine if it is a divine spirit this time or something else? Martha blinked, then blinked again, then tilted her head. Another what? The word brought visions of not the Lord in heaven, but of being on a beach surrounded by odd compatriots and a rather scruffy-looking giant who demanded to see the dragon she tamed. And another image of being in a coliseum, this time with an armored man who was a messy eater and tried to get her to fight him. She wasn't sure what those images were supposed to be. Past summons, perhaps, but she couldn't quite recall them. She dismissed it, only briefly, and turned her head to the pad. The pillar of light reached for to the ceiling as a silhouette formed in the middle of it, growing out into a humanoid shape before it faded away. The light settled and revealed the form of a man with lime green hair and a rather plain attire. She saw the staff of a shepherd held in their hand, a cordial smile on their face. Hello. Oh, great. Martha turned her head to the speaker. The man through the glass was leaning forwards with his head in his hands, sounding as though someone had just done something unspeakable. The reaction implied they knew the freshly arrived servant, but their tone of voice was hardly welcoming. The green-haired man paused, then sent a wry look towards the direction of the window. That seems a touch rude, doesn't it? All I said was hello and then you're acting as though I've just said something outrageous. I'm getting ahead of the curve. That seems very preemptive of you. It should say more for you that I feel the need to do this quickly so I won't worry about it later. By all accounts, this display would have been something better shown between an odd group of friends. Or individuals who just did not like one another, but she wasn't sure what she was supposed to make of it. Her eyes flickered between the two of them for a couple of seconds, then she cleared her throat, just loud enough to draw attention to her. Might I remind you all that we are still in the room? Her eyes moved from one to the other, then back to the servant. Perhaps this is not the most appropriate first impression to make. We are, after all, working together. A thin smile crossed the lips of the green-haired man as he descended. You are absolutely right, my dear. Indeed, it would be rather rude if your first impression of me was that I was an unpleasant character. He gestured to himself. You may call me David and you. They trailed off. Martha watched a peculiar look flicker through their eyes as they leaned forwards ever so slightly. Her brows pinched as she leaned backwards, not so fast as to appear disturbed by them, but far enough that she made it clear she wasn't pleased with what was happening. You have a deeply protective nature about you, you could be Abishag. She could be who now? The man tapped a finger away on their chin, humming thoughtfully to themselves as they leaned back to their original position. Their eyes squinting and looking her up and down as though examining a statue. Now she was getting a little bit irritated. Wait, David, Abishag. Her mind ground to a halt. King David. Keeping her voice measured was a little bit of a challenge, especially because this was the King David of Israel, the one who slew the giant Goliath, exorcised the demon from Saul through the song spun by his harp and was holder of the Ark of the Covenant. Chief of all was that he was the ancestor of the Messiah. And she just thought he was a creep. Ah, so you have heard of me. David replied with a nod of the head, smiling once more and lowering their arms to their side. To have my name known by such a beautiful woman, truly this is a wonderful place. Oh, right, Bathsheba. It was difficult to forget about that little part. I am afraid you are mistaken, King David. She spoke in a slow and concise manner. I am Martha, of Bethany. A fellow servant. The brows of the man shot up. The Martha, there when Yahweh brought Lazarus back from the dead, and who tamed the foul beast Tarisk with only her love. She could only offer a stiff nod. A long breath escaped the man, the staff vanished in a flash of light, David's hands dropped to his hips as his expression shifted, going from surprise to cringing and then finally to apologetic. In which case, I would like to offer my sincere apologies to you for my behavior. I'm afraid I have something of a weakness towards beautiful women, but for a fellow messenger of Yahweh, I can defer respect as you deserve. His smile widened. Especially for that of a venerated saint. I'm a little jealous now, all I did was throw a rock and hit someone in the head with it. Martha felt as though she should have gotten angry on his behalf. It was not just the fact they slew Goliath with a simple rock, it was everything else they had done, both good and bad, which earned them fame. From a humble shepherd to a great king, even with all the trouble that came with it at the end. No, she wasn't letting this slide. As a fellow messenger of God, I feel the need to at least have you recognize your contributions. I applaud you for being humble about them, but you have done far more than throw a garden pebble at the head of a thug. Her comment seemed to earn her a flicker of amusement from the man. Well, far be it from me to argue with a kind-hearted woman such as yourself. Though I would feel a bit troubled if I took all that praise and let it go to my head. Perhaps I might split the difference and say that we both achieved wonderful things for Yahweh. She hesitated for a moment, then nodded her head. Indeed, getting into an argument over who had done what better than the other would be rather silly. They were not children. Indeed, with a smile blossoming upon her face once more, she turned about to see how her master was reacting. Though she found it curious that they were instead looking in the direction of the window, staring at the strawberry-haired woman who was the focus of several stares. Seriously, Romani. Not even 5 seconds. The man, Romani, exhaled and waved a hand. You're right, Fujimaru-kun, but I know this sort of guy. You all saw it for yourselves. He's here less than a minute and already trying to track down Abishag all over again. Their declaration was coupled with a finger thumping against the glass. He's going to be all over the female servants in Chaldea and then they'll start filing harassment complaints. That sounded like slander to her. Rather outrageous slander as well. Is that really the sort of language you should be using with them? She turned on the man, narrowing her eyes and hardening her tone. Naturally, the shift in her voice earned a mild flinch from the man. While I cannot deny their words were somewhat unwelcome, I do not believe it warrants this sort of belligerent response, does it? No, ma'am. Satisfied, she gave a single nod of the head. That's good. As long as you understand and move forwards with only your best. That being said, now turning to David, she gave them a polite smile. It would be unfortunate if I have defended you for it only to be revealed that the judgment of this man was rather accurate. It would hardly do for you to fall victim to the same vices a second time, would it? David remained silent for a few seconds, then hummed and nodded his head up and down. Yes, I suppose that would be the case. Excellent. She felt as though she was making a positive impact already. Now then, perhaps we might. Oh, looks like we've got one more. The way they spoke of the arrival of servants was rather troubling to her, there should have at least been some semblance of awe about it. Still, the attention turned to the summoning pad once more as it stretched up with a pillar of light before fading away. This time, she was treated to a rather peculiar sight. The man stood tall, slicked back dark hair and a smile on his face that felt a little oily. Though she preferred that not to be the first picture that came to mind when she looked at the man, especially because he was draped in the cloth of the faith. Though she could not recognize the symbol of the pendant around their neck. Dressed with a dark cassock, a strip of white draped across their shoulders and down their front, the tall man moved off the summoning pad and inclined their head ever so slightly. I see that I have at last been granted the privilege of being summoned to the Covenant of Chaldea. For this opportunity, I thank you. His head came up, gray eyes flickered first towards her and then to David for a moment or two. And I see I have been granted the honor of being summoned alongside those of the Lordkin. It does my heart good to see such characters already having taken root here. I trust that I shall not do anything to insult either of you while I remain. Oh, I wouldn't worry about that, good sir. David spoke first, offering a smile of their own and extending a hand towards them. I'm sure that everything will work out pleasant enough for all of us. I'm David, just simple David. A shepherd. A crooked brow from the newly arrived servant was the response, but they slowly reached across and took the hand of David into their own, shaking it up and down before retreating the limb. A human with a mark of divinity upon you then. Blessed you were by your patron Lord. I'm intrigued as to your standard of character, for a simple shepherd. His eyes moved to her, locking her with a stare that set her on edge for some reason. It was just a feeling deep in her gut, but she wasn't sure why. I do not suppose this is where you introduce yourself as merely a simple village girl. The mirth that filled question brought her own amusement up ever so slightly, her brief aversion faded as she answered them. That would suffice for now, I am just Martha. Just Martha, Gray eyes flicked over to the cross staff in her hands, his pointed look lingered for a moment before it faded, the smile turned genial and their hands brought themselves together. Just Martha and plain old David. I see, in that case, I should indeed follow suit with these introductions. I am. Something bubbled in the air around her. It was a flash instinct warning of the sudden surge of magical energy. She moved on pure instinct. Her hands grasped at Ritzka's shoulders and pulled him back. At the same time she watched David spring into action and throw himself in front of Mash with his staff at the head, their earlier carefree look replaced by one of stern fierceness. They both knew something was amiss. As for the newly arrived servant, they just smiled as though they were about to greet an old friend. Light split through the room, they formed like a comet surging forth there with hands reaching for the throat of the man. The rest of their body followed suit, divinity bathed the room along with the blatantly murderous intentions of the new arrival. They slammed into the man, thrusting them into the ground with such force that the metal panels bent out of place to accommodate their body. All the while, the man with slicked back hair just continued to smile like there was nothing out of the ordinary. No, it looked more as though they had just been told a joke. Martha, by this point, stared at the new arrival with a flicker of shock. Never mind that the sheer overwhelming presence of divinity denoted them as a divine spirit, but their appearance was rather striking as well. Porcelain white skin and appearing just as delicate, well-groomed long platinum-colored hair, bleached white dress with a golden collar implanted into the fabric itself. All of which was offset by the murderous snarl and the hissing snakes jutting out from the bottom of the skirt. Pulling a hand away from the throat of the man, it clenched into a fist and with the obvious intention of being thrown into a punch. Martha was acutely aware of where they were. She shot forwards, grabbing the figure by their bicep and pulling them off, stunned by how much she was actually able to overpower them with those simple movements, easily prying them from the man and dragging them backwards, all while they bucked and hissed to try and free themselves. Though she wasn't sure if it was the snakes or the god themselves who was the one hissing. "Calm yourself," she ordered, raising her voice into a not quite shout. "If you go any further, you're going to tear this room apart. He has to die," the god bellowed out with a cracked voice, still yanking at her and forcing her to pull them further back. "Let me go. He needs to die. I have to kill him. Ritska, you have to let me kill him. Ritska." The fury gave way to a terrified desperation, now wrestling in her grasp like a trapped animal trying to escape. The sort of behavior that she was wholly unprepared for as being her first encounter with a god. "I see you're a touch fiercer this time, Gwendolyn." The calm words of the man echoed through the room, pulling themselves from the floor with nary a sound. Their right hand came up and rubbed away at their neck, as though there was anything for them to pull away. Coughing once, they lowered their arms and folded them behind their back. Suddenly, she found the smile on their face to be much more disconcerting than moments prior. "And this feels like quite the turnaround, does it not? I recall being the one in such a rush to meet with you the first time we met, and this time, you turned the tables on me." A chuckle, they glanced down at the damage and raised a brow, turning back to the god still fumbling away in her grasp. She doubted they heard anything they were saying. She winced as the snakes started to try and nip away at her exposed skin, feeling their fangs punch away at her arms and legs. Though whatever venom they had, if they had any, was nothing compared to Tarisk. Who could have imagined that you would change so much? Nonetheless, I'm pleased you came all this way to see me for a hello. I know how much you hate going out of your way for this sort of thing. Shut up. The voice of the god, Gwendolyn, reached an entirely new octave as they shrieked. "I'll kill you. I'll smear these walls with your entrails. I'll bring you back just to kill you again. I'll see the stars go out in the sky before I debate letting your suffering end." Quite a bit more vocal as well. A changed god, it seems. The man exhaled, lips pulling up. "I'm so pleased to see our meeting had such a profound impact on you. It changed me as well. We've been influenced so much by the other. RRRRRRAAAAAGGGGGGHHHHHH. The only response from Gwendolyn was an incoherent screech as they thrashed about more. She was about to use a bit more force before suddenly Ritska was in front of them both, standing between the god and the servant. Her own warning died on her lips when Ritska threw himself forwards and wrapped his arms around Gwendolyn in a hug, stepping forwards and dragging the god from her grasp and towards the door. Clearly they were not so out of it. The failings of the god died rather quickly, but they were still snarling and thrusting their hands out to try and grab them. Mash quickly gave chase and followed them out of the door, leaving herself and David alone in the room with the newly summoned servant. The man blinked twice, then made a small noise. "You'd have thought he had a problem with me." Ritska held firm as he moved out of the door and into the hallway, still with his arms around Gwendolyn and his chin resting on the shoulder of the god. They were surprisingly light and their lack of resistance made it painfully easy to drag them out of the room, their serpentine legs trailing loosely along the floor. He was vaguely aware of Mash following him, but he was more focused on Gwendolyn. Namely when their furious growls and snarls shifted into pitiful whimpers and the tears started trailing down their cheeks. Their resistance faded to nothing, the god dropped their head onto him and started to weep into his collar, their hands came up and clawed at his shirt, tight enough to strain the fabric but not so tight as it would rip. There was only one reason Gwendolyn would have that reaction. There was only one person who could give Gwendolyn that reaction. Perhaps he should have said something, but the words couldn't quite find their way to him. Thus he settled for just holding them in his arms and letting them vent all their emotions out, a brief flicker of his brow as he felt the snake legs move up and start coiling around his body for support, but he ignored it. Figuring it was just the snakes reciprocating the hug. Gwendolyn. He needs to die, Ritska. Their muffled voice cracked. Why you have to get rid of him? You need to get rid of him. Please. Please just make him go away. He was really going to have to bite the bullet on this one. Can we speak about it later, please? I'll be along to talk with you then, alright. He waited for a response, sure that they were going to push the issue. Then they nodded their head up and down, loosening his grip. He let them pull back and wipe their face down, sniffling as they did so. Their eyes glanced up to meet his, already the ugly red was seeping into the otherwise peerless gold. All right. With a smile he didn't much feel, Ritska offered them a pat on the shoulder and watched them flicker away with a burst of light. The moment they were gone, the smile vanished entirely from his face. He was going to really regret doing this. Turning back around, he locked eyes with Mash. Senpai, are you? Silently, he shook his head from side to side. Mash's own expression flickered, turning troubled before she slowly nodded her head up and down. When she spoke, it was in a quiet whisper. Gwendolyn-san won't be very happy about it. He breathed out a reply. I know. He wouldn't be surprised if they hated him for it. Moving for the door, he opened it once more and stepped into the room. Everyone was still at their ready positions. Martha and David turned to him in a split second with equal amounts of curiosity in their gazes, clearly somewhat puzzled by the recent display, though they would probably pick up what the problem was in no short order. Aldrich. The man, Aldrich, gave a thin smile in response. Ah, so I see you do know of me. I'm not all that surprised. The air shimmered in a moment. Stahl materialized in the room with their axe gripped in both hands. The sudden appearance of the golem was enough that Aldrich stopped speaking for a moment, turning their head to the berserker and cracking a brow. I cannot help but wonder if all of this sudden aggression is based purely upon a cordial relationship with Gwendolyn, or if we might have encountered one another in the past. Their eyes flicked to him, the smile returned. Though I shall put to rest any doubts, I'm afraid that I have little idea what actions I might have done to wrong you in any way. So, I shall resume where I left off. Clearing their throat, they gestured to themselves. Ruler Aldrich, Saint of the Deep. I have come to answer the plight of humanity and offer my services unto you. If you accept, of course. Terminate this contract immediate. I accept. He stepped forwards, then extended a hand to the saint and ignored the shocked and downright mortified gasps from the window to his left, likely coming from the director and Romani. Aldrich, still smiling, took his hand into their own and gave a slightly firm shake of the hand. I am rather looking forward to what shall no doubt be an interesting partnership. They chuckled, then raised a brow. Especially to a human who has the ear of Gwendolyn, yet would still work alongside his killer. You remind me very much of another man I worked with in the past. We made quite the team as well, so I'm curious if we shall reflect that partnership. Ritska felt the need to comment about that. I'm afraid I'm not all that much like Sullivan. There was a disturbing twinkle in the eyes of the ruler. Oh, we'll see about that. A hand slammed into the table, the echo drummed around the room. Ritska didn't flinch at the sound, nor did he break eye contact with the person standing opposite him. What the hell was that? His lips drew thin at the blunt question, slightly troubled over where he was supposed to start in trying to give an answer to her. It bounded around in his head for a few moments, then he decided that the direct approach was the best. He answered the summons, so I accepted his contract. His reply was slow and clear, and it registered with the director if her growing look of mortification was any indication. As though to contradict her, neither Da Vinci nor Romani said anything, the two of them remaining silent with the former keeping a placid smile on their face while the latter stared at the table. Did you slip over and slam your head off the floor when you were approaching the summoning chamber? Olga asked, sounding none too pleased with his reasoning, but it was purely as simple as that. You know who that servant is, don't you? He nodded his head. Aldrich, a man who, by Ash's stories, is a monstrous cannibal and through personal experience I can say to be a somewhat unpleasant character to be fighting against. Exactly. She thrust a finger at him. And knowing all of that, knowing what his inclusion into Chaldea would do, you still just walked up to him and shook his hand. Are you forgetting that he was the primary opposing force during the Roman Singularity? That it was because of him that we nearly suffered some sort of infestation from a different texture? Another nod of the head. I was there, director. Her eyes bore into his, her fingers dragged through the table with a scraping sound as her eye twitched. What on earth are you playing at, accepting a contract from someone like that? Especially after you were warned and I recall telling you not to accept it and terminate their presence. She did indeed tell him to terminate the contract and he did the exact opposite. He wasn't going to make an excuse for what he did. And I decided that I would accept their contract instead. I wasn't prepared to send them back after they had arrived. The director leaned forwards, her mouth open to presumably chide him further. I was never not going to accept his contract, director. His response cut her short, her brows furrowed upon him and all but demanded an answer with her eyes. I'm not going to start picking and choosing who we can and cannot have help us. They came forward and offered to help, so, until I have reason to suspect otherwise, I'm not going to turn them away. That is exactly the point of view that. The director cut herself short, her mouth snapped shut with an audible click, then her eyes slowly closed. Her hands came up and rubbed over her face. When she spoke again, it was in a much quieter tone than before. That is exactly the sort of attitude that can lead you to being taken advantage of. They are a known threat and instigator for violence. If not just because of their previous actions then because of their relationship with current servants here as well. Pulling her hands down, she locked eyes with him. Unless you mean to tell me you somehow managed to miss the display of Gwendolyn trying to tear them apart with his bare hands. The knowledge you're keeping their murder around will no doubt incite some measure of distrust and that is dangerous. I'm not going to start acting as judge and jury over the actions of past summons or even past lives. Ritska shook his head from side to side. Nor am I going to say that I think Aldrich is here to turn over a new leaf. I could tell that he was far from apologetic for his previous actions. A beat, he frowned. But he isn't the only one in Chaldea with a colored past and despite the demands from either of them, I am not going to kill either Ash or Sullivan just because they have problems with the other. He watched the brows shoot up from Da Vinci. I would say it goes a little beyond problems with Sullivan. Ritska exhaled and gestured to her. Yes, he is an arrogant and somewhat psychopathic tyrant who thinks his way is the only way forward and everyone else who doesn't follow him is stupid and deserves to die. I'm not ignorant to that, nor am I ignorant to the fact he is a mass murderer. With a shrug, he continued on. In the same way that Leonidas was once a slaver and King Gilgamesh is now roaming the halls, his attitude towards those he deems worthless being to shoot swords first and ask questions never. Very few servants around here haven't killed someone in their lifetime. Ritska's scowl deepened. Even ignoring the fact his first course of action upon being summoned was to tear his way into Velka's quarters and very nearly tore her apart, might I add. Compared to the introduction of Aldrich, it has been a touch more peaceful on his own part. This isn't a case of what is moral and what isn't. Olga cut the argument short, thumping a fist into the desk once more. Nor is it a competition of who has the most skeletons in their closet. Sullivan, for all his faults, has at least proven themselves committed to the cause, if only because he believes we subscribe to his ideals. She made an expression of visible distaste at the notion. He supposed that wasn't all that surprising. It wasn't as though Sullivan was a pleasant sort and he knew what sort of methods they would condone in the name of progress. They were the walking personification of the saying, the ends justify the means. This is a case of a genuine threat being present. Ritska raised a brow. We have Velka here. Not by my choice. Olga all but growled. And if it were not for your leniency, I'd have been far less inclined to give her even an ounce of time to make herself more of a nuisance. Yeah, they still didn't like one another. Mash. Olga turned her head onto the girl who was sitting near him. She flinched at suddenly being called upon but soon straightened in her seat. Surely you understand the danger that such a person would pose to your master. Mash's eyes flickered to him and then back to the director. If we are talking about dangers, then I would place my faith in Senpei that he knows what he is doing. A beat, then she made a small addendum. And we do already have some former adversaries working with us, like King Arthur from Fuyuki and Farum-san. Yeah, Farum had only turned on the altered gene because of their repeated insults against them. If they hadn't done that, then they would have been perfectly content with fighting Chaldea to the death. Ritska felt himself perk up a little on the inside. Her confidence in him was really welcome, but the fact of the matter was he was just acting by his gut. It was telling him that just killing Aldrich before they got a chance to do anything like help them was wrong. Olga groaned, then dropped into her seat. This is absurd. He supposed he could ask her something. If Calamate got summoned and Torin came bursting through the walls and demanding you to kill them, would you do it? Silence stretched across the room. The director froze and snapped her head onto him as though he'd slapped her. He also saw Da Vinci perk up with a clear interest in the question as well, turning her head towards the woman and leaning forwards, tenting her arms on the table. TCH. That is different, even to him, that didn't sound all that convincing. Her thoughtful expression lasted for several moments, then it slipped off her face and was replaced entirely by exasperation. Her head dropped into her hands. Da Vinci cleared her throat. I don't see why we cannot assemble some precautions while we try to determine the validity of their request for help, she suggested, leaning back into her chair and waving a hand. And besides, Fujimaru is right. Servants with colored pasts aren't all that rare, and I doubt that Aldrich is the last one we're going to have to deal with. A beat. He isn't the first either. No one is expecting Boudica and Nero to be friends, but they aren't making concerted efforts to murder one another in the halls. She turned to face him, smiling. While I would say this is risky, you were able to convince a mage hater that you were a decent sort, so I'm confident in your abilities. Romani cleared his throat. I'm also going to side with Fujimaru-kun on this. Even if it might prove dangerous to us, deciding to start executing servants is a very slippery slope that I would rather not step on at all. It would be different if they proved themselves a danger to everyone, but, the man drummed his fingers on the table, then shrugged. They haven't actually done anything yet. Leaning forwards, they cleared their throat. The version we encountered in Septem registered under the caster class. This version was summoned in the ruler class. I'm not saying they'll be like Jean, but I figure this version would be more manageable. The problem is, well, how he was going to approach Gwendolyn with this. The answer was simple. Pulling himself up, he turned around. I've got someone to speak with. If there isn't anything else, Director. He waited for a moment, but got only a grunt in response from her that signaled him to depart. Thus, he did. If that first encounter in the summoning chamber had done anything, it had set the precedent for what Chaldea was going to be like. Given that beyond the initial panic, she noted that few people had bat an eye about an altercation near the summoning chamber between two servants. Which did not make her feel comfortable that violence such as that was considered commonplace. There's ups and downs, it happens when you have so many different figures in one place. Their impromptu guide, Arash Commandeer, remarked as he led them on, it had been short notice as Ritska said he needed to deal with the situation. She believed him wholeheartedly. She was not so demanding as to say that a simple tour came first. They had a lot of responsibilities. I can imagine. David replied to them with a nod of the head, pausing and tilting it. I hope it isn't too common. I'd hate to think that people settle their differences with violence. Arash made a small noise. Neither here nor there, some incidents have been worse than others, but it's slowly settling in. Managed to get some dialogue going once the problems were found out, and ever since then, I'd say it's been relatively smooth sailing. Relatively. Martha kept her dissatisfaction to herself, outwardly nodding her head up and down. Feel like I might end up giving you guys the wrong impression about all of it. Arash chuckled, shaking their head and placing their hands on their hips. It's not bad, not by a long shot. I'd actually call it something of a feat that we've managed to assemble so many servants from such diverse places, and we've only had a handful of teething problems. Well, when they phrased it like that. David hummed, showing his own support of the answer. Quite right, I can feel a great many servants around here. Especially given that a traditional summoning is only supposed to have one. How many do you have around here currently? A brief pause from Arash. I don't believe anyone has really counted. You just see them in the halls and then wave to them as they go by. A door ahead of them opened. Ah, morning Tamtamo. Response. Greetings, Archer, Arash. Martha stared at the starch-white figure of armor. Twin glowing eyes peered down at her as a controlled hiss escaped the suit. Its eyes switched with an electric whirring and turned on her, a coldness in their gaze that came from something not quite alive. Presence of additional reinforcements, confirmed. Personal statement, your assistance is welcome. They straightened out. True name of fuselage, Minamoto no Tamtamo. Servant, Archer. It took her a moment to blink, then she realized it was a greeting. She smiled back to them and gestured to herself. Indeed, it is a pleasure to meet you as well. I am Martha, Rider Class. A fellow Archer. David hummed, then inclined their head. David, Archer as well. The head of the armored figure turned on David rather sharply. Archer, David, King of the Israelites. A moment of silence passed, followed by a whirring. Firepower is registered as anti-giant. Slaying of Goliath. Conclusion. A powerful ally. Running analysis on comparison between our noble phantasms. Request. Setting aside a time for a comparison. Martha raised a brow at them, realizing they had literally just figured out that David slew a giant and now wanted to compete with them. They might have phrased it differently, but she could still see the signs of them being almost eager for a competition between them. David merely let out a light chuckle. Oh, I'm not really one for that sort of competition, I am afraid. My noble phantasm only really works against giants, and using it in here would be a bit damaging even without any of them. Tamtamo kept silent for a moment, a hiss followed by their shoulders lowering. Argument. Accepted. Their head turned to the final figure, the one who had been following them from behind at a respectable distance. Not that Martha was pleased with them being out of her line of sight, having her back to them felt like a very unwise thing. Ah, I see. Saint Aldrich, Ruler Class. The man introduced with a bow of the head, only to pause and then cup their chin. I must say, I've never quite seen a golem with your level of intellect. Tamtamo straightened instantly. Assertion. I am clearly human. The incredulous brow raised by Aldrich proved they weren't convinced by that remark, but they kept their mouths shut about it. If you say so. With a whirring noise, the tall archer turned on them once more. I shall depart. Farewell. She waved her own parting to them as they marched down the halls. The retreating sound of their heavy steps echoed all around before finally fading away. Martha glanced at Arash as he turned to her, then offered a wry smile. Like I said, we've got quite a bunch. She could see that. Ritska knew this wasn't going to be easy. His knuckles rapped against the door before pulling back. It was only a few seconds before it opened. A rather disheveled Gwendolyn stood in the doorframe, staring at them for a few seconds before moving to the side and silently inviting him inwards. He hesitated for only a moment, then stepped into the room, hearing the door close behind him. Gwendolyn moved around, slithering towards one of their decorative illusion seats and sitting down upon it, dropping their arms onto their knees. Ritska opened his mouth to speak. You are going to keep Aldrich, are you not? His jaws snapped shut. Gwendolyn turned on him with a bitter smile. Truthfully, I knew from the very moment that I asked you to slay Aldrich that it was a futile effort. That is not the manner of soul that you are, else you would not have gone through such lengths for me after my actions. A sigh escaped the god, their fingers drummed on their lap. You have already accepted Sullivan and Velka, even Guinevere despite what she did to her own son. Characters who have wronged me so many times, by all rights you should have killed them too, but you did not. Because that is not who you are. Ritska opened his mouth, then closed it again, his eyes shut themselves as a sigh rippled out from him. He faced Gwendolyn once more. I just came to apologize to you. Really, I can't begin to assume how it's going to make you feel, but I would understand if you were angry with me for letting Aldrich stay and doing nothing about it after I said I would be here for you. Bobbing their head up and down, Gwendolyn rolled their lips inwards. I am far from pleased. Not just because of what they are and what they did. A crack in their voice cut them short, their head snapped down. Ritska stepped forwards, then paused and kept himself back. But if I, demanding that you will would, change who you are. It would turn you into a hypocrite within that single moment, and I will not force you into that position. They brought their head up, smiling at him rather bitterly. You need not worry, I have many years of experience dealing with issues that I am disappointed with. This will be no different. It shouldn't. Ritska clicked his tongue, dropping his hands onto his hips and closing his eyes. I don't want you to pretend that you like them. If insulting them or sneering at them is what you're comfortable with doing, then by all means, but I can't start picking sides around here and killing the other because it sets a precedent that He didn't want to do that. He really didn't want to do that. Not again. Never again. Because sometimes he still felt it, sticking to his hands. That ugly red. I can stomach Sullivan, barely. Gwendolyn's words broke him from his thoughts. The god grunted and looked off in disgust. I can tolerate my brother and sister, barely. I tolerate my mother, barely. It's not just you against everyone anymore. I know. Another nod of the head from Gwendolyn, their lips pulled for a split second before evening out. Maybe that is how I might live with it. If Havel can tolerate walking amongst dragons and sorcerers in the rabid state of a berserker, then what would it say of me if I cannot handle being in the same room as mere scum? They were putting on a brave face, Ritska could tell. Are you all right? No, I am not. The eyes of the god turned down. When he betrays you, let me kill him. Ritska kept silent, then nodded once. If he betrays everyone and tries to kill us, then yeah. I'm holding nothing back. Gwendolyn's lips pulled into a tiny but genuine smile. Thank you, Ritska. Don't mention it. Aldrich, Saint of the Deep. Servant. Ruler. Height. 184 centimeters. Strength. B. Endurance. D. Agility. C. Mana. A. Luck. C. Noble Phantasm. C. Road of Sacrifice. C. Anti-Army. Max Target. 50. Max Range. 0 to 50. Takes place upon any path that could be stated to be a road or path. Aldrich can manipulate his territory in this location, weakening servants that step upon it. Their strength is sapped away from them and gifted to Aldrich. The longer they remain, the weaker they become. Banhis Pi Hieophon, the body that paves the way to heaven. B+++, Reality Marble. Max Target. 1. Max Range. 0 to 5. The noble phantasm of his caster self under a different name, but in this class it does not so obviously manifest itself. His body retains its current shape, but that which he consumes it brought into himself and made one with his being. With this noble phantasm, he can consume the abilities and skills of other servants, even those of personal skills. However, as his summoning as a ruler he is a touch less brutal, though still vicious. Because of this, the personal skills can never surpass the rank of B, and noble phantasms he consumes are degraded a rank. That being said, unlike another servant who can consume the noble phantasms of servants, his will not stagnate. Aldrich can grow with each noble phantasm, finding new ways to combine and implement them. To achieve this, he must consume the spirit core of an opposing servant, or even that of whatever he seeks to claim. Doing so will allow him to take their abilities for himself. Class skills. Territory creation. A. Lord of Cinder. B. Can ignite his divinity and rapidly grow in intensity until it reaches equal rank to a divine core of rank B. Magic resistance. A. High magic resistance gained through his devotion to the deep. Personal skills. Saint of the Deep. A. High knowledge of curses and abyssal sorcery. Signifies his ability to understand that which came from the dark. Charisma of the Saint. B. The Saint of the Deep. Aldrich can convince many to follow him despite his rather disturbing traits. It is more effective at convincing pure humans, and although his history is known, he can still turn people to his mind. Dreaming clairvoyance. A. Aldrich can sleep at any time and be granted visions of what is occurring elsewhere in the world. Superior to scrying spells, however, it can only be accessed through his dreams. Therefore it is weaker in other scenarios. Devourer of Gods and Legends. C+++. This is the point at which he can consume the personal skills of servants. All compounded into this one skill that becomes composite. As his noble phantasm grows, so too does the skill of this ability. At its base, it allows for basic modification of his body to alter his physical parameters. Opting to choose strength, endurance or agility. Summoning. So I have been summoned under this class as well. How intriguing. Though perhaps it is a far more fitting class for me, my summoner. Ah, but where are my manners? My name is Aldrich, Saint of the Deep. I look forwards to working with you. I'm sure you and I shall accomplish great things. Dialogue 1. Ah, so it is rest that comforts you. I can only assume, given how often I find you with such a lowered guard. That is quite risky, you know. Dialogue 2. Master and servant. No, think of it more like a shepherd and his flock. Just because you are my anchor does not mean there is much I cannot teach you, so long as you are willing to learn, of course. Dialogue 3. My perception among the servants. I suppose you could call it a colored past, hehehehe. Though, in truth, they may view me how they wish. In the end, they shall all come to share in my opinion, sooner or later. Dialogue 4. If you have divine spirits. I have a great deal of respect for the gods, you know. What's that, you do not believe me? Oh, I do not lie. Their resolve and their power is worthy of respect, you see. As is their wisdom, to contain all their essence in a single being and represent that through their mere existence. Ah, I speak of the original lords, mostly. The ones who kept their souls unbroken. Dialogue 5. If you have Gwendolyn. Is that Gwendolyn I spy? My, I think he is wearing a rather sour expression on his face, almost as though he's unhappy to see me. I do not mean to jest, merely noting the obvious. You have your work cut out for you, if you intend for us to work side by side. Dialogue 6. If you have Ashen One. Ah, I see. So he is here as well, is he? Ha, of course he is. Dialogue 7. If you have Anri of Astora. That one looks familiar to me, perhaps we have met before, although. Well, they were present for my death, but that familiarity comes from long before. Perhaps it does not matter. It must have been an unpleasant encounter for her, given the look of hatred she wears. Dialogue 8. If you have Pontiff Sullivan. Well. If it isn't Sullivan, my old friend. Not that he would call us such. In the end, we used one another for our own goals, but that does not mean I do not respect his drive. Though I would take care of that one, sometimes he can be a touch too overzealous, just ask the poor people of Irithyll. Dialogue 9. If you have Kiera. Are you troubled by how often I spend in her company? I assure you, we do nothing untoward. We merely discuss the future, consider it a professional courtesy from one follower of the faith to another. Dialogue 10. If you have Kama. The goddess of love who hates her role. What an interesting notion that is, but I do respect her drive to seeing the task through, even if she did not enjoy it. Yet she was ultimately doomed for failure. A heaven in which even a single soul is miserable is not one worth existing. Dialogue 11. If you have Jean. Ah, a fellow ruler. She is very firm in her beliefs, isn't she? But I commend her for her unwavering faith. It is that very unbroken resolve that I do admire so much about the pious. Just because we do not share a faith, does not mean we cannot complement one another. The heaven she speaks of though, now there is some difference. Dialogue 12, if you have Kytha, goddess of tears. I was indeed made a lord of Cinder at her behest, during a time when the cathedral I presided over had yet to totally fall under my influence. Though it was ultimately for the best, I swore to my followers that I would rise once more and they believed. In the end, it was my death that turned the cathedral to my faith. Though, to think that is what she truly was, not even I could have foreseen that. Likes. That which I enjoy. I suppose you would call it heaven, but in truth, every other word works much the same. Nirvana, enlightenment, you understand, yes. Hates. Hates, how curious you are. But those who stand on the path to heaven and work against me, they are obstacles which must be removed. Though a nuisance, they are natural. Not all understand the greatness of my vision. Wish for the Holy Grail. A Lord vessel. It cannot aid me in my dream, thus it is of no value to me. Bond level 1. Oh, do you find yourself puzzled that I am not a monster? But of course, who would follow a creature of bloated skin and fat? It was just as important to appear approachable, just as we are now. Bond level 2. Are you not curious why it was that I amassed such a following under the eyes of the church itself? Do not bother denying it. You're curious all the same, but it is a fair question. You have no doubt heard the rumors and the stories of me before. Know that the truth is always a touch more complicated. Bond level 3. We are starting to work well together, perhaps with time I shall consider you worthy enough to share my grand plan. Bond level 4. That which humans describe as heaven, can be seen as a form of salvation. What all humans truly seek is safety. A place which keeps them secure from all threats, be they physical or mental. A place that provides them with a home clear of doubts and fears. That is heaven. The same security that animals feel when they find a burrow. Why then do we suppose that this heaven that you speak of is only found after death? Why do we not assume that this heaven can be obtained in life? That is what I seek to find, the path to this sanctuary that provides comfort to the body and the soul, a land free of all horrors of the world. If this utopia did exist, then is it not that which was locked away by the gods at the dawn of history? Bond level 5. The dark soul was sealed away by the gods, I ask why? Is it perhaps so that we would seek heaven not within ourselves but within the faith placed in others? In that case, is the path to heaven not within the dark soul? And if one were to make the dark soul whole once again, would they not have achieved this heaven and could they not open this path to all who walked in their step? That is what I seek, my summoner. Heaven itself, the unification of all souls into the form they were at the dawn of existence. The single, unbroken, dark soul. Birthday. A birthday. How wonderful. Perhaps a celebration to mark the occasion, perhaps, a feast. During an event. Oh, come then, let us mingle with the masses. First ascension. Oh, this surge of power. It is quite exhilarating. Second ascension. Another step closer to heaven. Third ascension. Well done, my summoner. With this rate of progress, I shall become the shape I was destined for. Fourth ascension. Oh, is this as far as it shall allow? A pity, but there is no easy path to heaven, is there? In which case, I shall have you accompany me further, far beyond this meager leveling as it is called. We shall reach heaven and then you shall see what it was worth fighting for, at least, until you too become part of heaven. Sin of inaction. Chaldea was becoming increasingly crowded. There was no other way that it could be spoken of. That came with its own sense of problems, while it could not be denied that the additional servants gave his summoner a great deal of bodies with which they could throw at their problems. The issue he took with it was many of these individuals were the sort that he most certainly could have done without ever encountering. Either for the first time or again. Some of the latest. Far from pleasing for his senses. Another saint. This one with quite the temperament as well, he saw the way she glared at him whenever they spotted him. Caring nothing for learning her name, merely that she was another blind fanatic, utterly devoted to upholding whatever delusional words her deity bequeathed unto her head. That didn't make the saint sitting opposite him any better, a saint in the name alone, made only as such by their cultists. In many ways they were just as bad as the gods. Though not for the same reasons as one would have supposed, merely that they inspired the same level of insipid dedication and devotion, all while pursuing such a narrow existence that focused on their own. In addition to that, he found their face rather irritable. He'd never met them when they looked human before, but their personality remained as rotten. An eyesore. You're late. His words were clipped. The person opposite merely chuckled lightly as if he had said something amusing to them, raising their hands in surrender. I was surprised to receive your invitation, Sullivan. I wished to look my best for when we met once again after so long apart. Though during the whole of our partnership, you never once gave me the impression that you would be willing to have lunch with me. Has Chaldea changed you so greatly? Sullivan bristled at the implication, but that alone was not what disgusted him. The mention of lunch in the same sentence as Aldrich brought some rather vile connotations. That has not changed in the least. He replied quickly and with a touch of indignation. It should have been obvious enough from the utter lack of food in front of him, though the same could be said for Aldrich as well. Ah, it seems as though there have been some rather unsavory rumors circulating in regards to me. The saint started to speak, gesturing to the empty spot in front of him where food would normally have gone, if the man had any to begin with. Apparently more than enough for the woman who runs the kitchens to be hesitant to serve me. A shame, it smelled rather appetizing. Sullivan did not care for that in the least. Aldrich gave an innocent smile and gestured to him. Then I suppose the feast will merely be the words shared between us, yes. A reformation of our partnership. Or merely reminiscing over old times. Perhaps we could invite Gwendolyn as well. He was not even going to comment on the last part. Taking a breath, he leaned backwards into his seat and tented his arms together, inclining his head to the side. We have the same immediate goal, so it would be best for us to resume engagements with one another. Especially given the problems and solutions that we could aid one another with. Oh, Aldrich's smile turned more interesting. So you are coming forth to aid me as the newest member to Chaldea where no others will. That is rather considerate of you, Sullivan. Very well then, what wisdom can you bestow upon me that you feel is so pressing that you must call me forth for a meeting not even a full day after my summoning? It was revolting. His eyes could see the truth behind. Aldrich was less concerned over what Sullivan had to offer and more what could be offered in general. Once again, he was merely making use of his abilities and nothing else. But that was fine. Sullivan was going to make use of him too. Still, perhaps he had underestimated the resolve of the boy. If they were willing to entertain a contract with this one even after they had formed such a tight bond with Gwendolyn, perhaps they did have some potential after all. It was pleasing at least, beyond the fact their honest stupidity wasn't painful to look at. Not in the traditional sense. They were just annoying at times. Sullivan turned his head and glanced across the room for a short moment, then returned his focus to the saint. The servants in Chaldea are somewhat varied when it comes to their uses. Some have better value as attack dogs than anything else, though one or two are perhaps worthy of being called adequate mages. At least enough that they do not get in my way. High praise indeed, coming from you. Mused the saint, then he ran his fingers through his slickened hair and smiled innocently. But I have noticed them as well. It is quite different from the gatherings I knew of in the past. Royalty, commoners and even entertainers stride amongst knights. A baffling covenant indeed. Baffling. It was indeed, yes. Sullivan grunted and nodded his head. For more than one reason, namely that those who can contribute nothing to the cause are allowed to remain for no other reason than simply charity. Ah, there it is, your pragmatism. Aldrich clapped his hands together, looking as though he had been waiting for this moment. I suppose there would doubtless be some who do not meet your high standards for productivity. The sort who you feel could add nothing to the cause and should be disposed of. I make no accusations, of course, merely that you have always been that way. Simply put, I would not have allowed as many servants as the summoner has. Sullivan replied with a slow shake of the head. Especially with capabilities that swing back and forth like the arm of a pendulum. Aldrich rolled his lips and closed his eyes in a silent chuckle for a few seconds. When they opened again they offered a lazy smile but said nothing. As expected of you, so quick to hand out death notices upon those who you could not see the worth in keeping around. He raised a brow. You speak as though you did not actively benefit from such notices. Aldrich smiled but said nothing. Yes, they relied on him to do all the heavy lifting. Nothing had changed. There's a musician by the name of Mozart, his noble phantasm weakens opponents with music. Though in terms of a fighter, they are a composer first and foremost. Their strength is pointless while they have moderate uses. A noble phantasm better suited for someone else, I'm sure you can understand why. Aldrich hummed and nodded his head. Is that so? I cannot say I expect a musician to be the bravest soul in a castle full of knights and gods, expecting otherwise would be foolish. But I am certain that such a noble phantasm, in the right spot, could be used to devastating effect. Someone would just need to know when to use it. Lancelot, a berserker. He continued on with, one of the rabid sort, perhaps you have seen him through the hallways. Tilting his head, the saint pinched his brows. I cannot say I have had the pleasure of a meeting, but the berserker class, yes, the poor souls who are damned to wander as nothing more than hollows. A terrible fate to befall them, but if one could find use for a berserker, then that is fine. Sighing, Aldrich leaned back. Though I am worried, berserkers are difficult to control and I am not certain if the abilities of a servant are worthy of the potential dangers they could inflict on the summoner or his allies. What are his abilities? His noble phantasm allows whatever he grasps to become a noble phantasm, so long as it is recognized as a weapon. The saint smiled, understanding blossomed on their face. Ah, so that is why the boy would keep him around. A dangerous skill, given the ingenuity of the human mind. Though should he be a traditional berserker, I'm not certain of the risk. It would be careless of me to ignore it. Sullivan hummed for a moment, then carried on. Caffrey, a small goddess of fortune. Weak in strength but her authority is based upon the most deciding factor in a battle. If combined with other skills, you could quite well kill your opponent without ever once needing to lay a hand on them. The amount of divines in this place sickened him. He'd thought he had enough of them, but they continued to crop up like roaches. That is based off your personal dislike, Sullivan. Aldrich chided him as if he was a parent scolding a child. A goddess, regardless of her authority, still wields great power over the world. Certainly more than I could currently wield as a Lord of Cinder, unless you feel her personality is troublesome. She is a goddess. He answered, that was all the reason he needed. Aldrich sighed. As cold and ruthless as always, am I to assume that these poor souls are not alone in earning your belief that they need to be put down? He had others, naturally. But he doubted Fujimaru would be amenable to Gwyndolin being put to death. Those twin goddesses who walked around with their brood of a Taurus demon. Even including the Taurus demon as well, a natural strength. Ultimately it was a cascading effect, one thing would lead to another. Consuming all these servants at once was not something that could be done, they would need to do so one at a time over the course of a series of days. Or rather, before the others could realize what was happening. Presenting Aldrich as a force that was too troublesome to kill would be the best way forward, because he was still aware of the nature of Ritska all the same. Their weakness still clung to them, even if they were willing to entertain the presence of other servants that did not share the more commonly accepted sensibilities. Ultimately, the crux of the matter remains Ritska. He explained, his unseen eyes narrowed ever so slightly. Aldrich merely hummed in acknowledgement. As you might realize from the fact they allow you to remain, despite their cordial nature with Gwyndolin, they are currently unwilling to approve of less civilized methods of maintaining control. A diplomat. Yes. Such a role has its uses, admittedly. Aldrich argued with an even tone. Though from your words, I assume they are committed to the role of maintaining peace amongst all those who serve under them. More than that, Sullivan grunted in response to their words, fighting back what he wanted to say in favor of maintaining a semblance of civility. He was not going to outwardly curse aloud the stupidity of giving space to the likes of Guinevere and Velka. He wasn't even alone with that argument either. But the fact they were upset on behalf of the unkindled and not because Guinevere was a useless existence was beyond him. Suffice to say that you are not the only questionable individual, and even after he has been shown evidence of how such servants would be a greater liability than a boon, he maintains their existence under the guise of fairness, though I would argue he lacks the spine to do what needs to be done. Aldrich raised a brow, a silent scrutiny on his face for a few seconds, then he spoke. Is that disappointment in your words? Disappointment. What else would he have been feeling in response to that manner of circumstance? You expect me to be pleased? No, but I assumed you would have displayed anger. Anger. He internally frowned as he debated their words. Would he have experienced anger in the past? Yes, he more than certainly would have done. Though the disappointment was something of a surprise that it trumped his other feelings on the matter. Was he disappointed that nothing had changed when it came to those who touted the willingness to do whatever was needed to win, or the fact he had expected so much more from Fujimaru? If the latter had been the case, then what reason would he have for possibly expecting more from one who consorted with the divines on the regular and seemed to see value in their existence? Even speaking with those who actively worshipped them and treating them as people and not the blind slaves they truly were. No, becoming angered over that would be fruitless. Fujimaru had not experienced the things he had experienced, so he couldn't expect them to understand the nature of divinities. Or rather, not entirely. He was sure that Gwyn's attack would have turned him against the divines, but they remained steadfast with their resolve in trusting the other gods around Chaldea. Even though many of the problems that had recently struck the base had come at the hands of the divine beings themselves. Not simply the ones who came from his own world, but this land as well. The Artemis fiasco sprung to mind. While he had not personally been there for that, they spoke often enough of the goddess stealing all their provisions that they actively kept defenses around the pantry just to ensure that there was no repeat incident. One would think that would have been proof not to mingle with the divines. But then Chaldea just kept whipping themselves by encountering them more and more without any consideration for how much of a burden they would actually be. Was he disappointed? Yes, he was. Because he was experiencing the same headache that came with dealing with the gods all over again, and this time he couldn't do anything about it. Not truly. Does it matter whether I am disappointed or angry? Asking aloud, he shifted his focus from his mind and towards the ruler. They gave no immediate response to his blank tone, instead shrugging their shoulders and glancing away from him. Answering his question that they did not truly care in the least. Drawing in a short breath, he returned to the original point. But as I said, Fujimaru would likely be the greatest obstacle when it came to such a plan. Though he does not yet strike me as the sort to order executions, though if there were to come a chance in a singularity where you might encounter a terrible threat. He trailed off meaningfully. Aldrich slowly turned his head back to him, the smile on his lips grew quite wider. Eyes closed and head bobbing up and down in a rather sorrowful way. Indeed, I've heard those can be such dangerous locations. Who knows what manner of accident could befall such a servant if they aren't careful. Especially with someone such as yourself so callous towards their health. Goodness, Sullivan, you haven't changed a bit. Yes, quite. You wish us to observe these servants then? Ritsuka nodded his head to Okita, not trusting himself to say anything at the moment. Really, it was something that he should have done immediately, but had taken longer than he would have liked to really justify in his head. If only because he had been debating within himself about whether doing something like this would end up pushing them into acting in a way that jeopardized the safety of Chaldea. But it was better that he at least keep an eye on things. It was mainly why he had asked Cursed Arm to watch over Aldrich the second he was summoned, as well as have a couple of servants just monitor him whenever he was nearby. Nothing demanding or so upfront, but at least so that he wasn't completely blind. Because Ritsuka wasn't all that stupid, or he didn't think he was. Okita glanced towards the side for a moment. Archon stood with his arms folded and helm facing another direction. Both sabers remained quiet. Then Okita turned to him and smiled in a manner that was almost comforting. Not to worry, Master, we'll assign some hands to keep an eye on them. Do you want them to be aware of it or for us to be less obvious? Keep it subtle for now. He replied after a brief pause. Because he didn't want them to think he was being utterly unjust. But if they do anything dangerous, then you can intervene and inform me at the same time. Though I'm not in the mood for dealing with executions being done in the hall. I would like to be kept informed of whatever is happening. Okita didn't even hesitate with an answer. We can do that easily enough. Not to worry, you can rest easy knowing that we have our eyes on it. He noticed Archon tense ever so slightly. Ritsuka knew what the problem would have been. He supposed that Archon would have been one of those who were an awful lot less willing to keep Aldrich in Chaldea at all. He hadn't had anyone come forward to seek him out yet in regards to that decision, but he supposed it was only a matter of time before it happened. Turning himself towards the Silver Knight, he watched them for just long enough that Archon eventually spoke. Is there some issue? That's mostly what I wanted to ask. A twitch from Archon, the knight unfolded his arms and lowered them down to his side. Do you wish for my honest opinion on the matter, or would you prefer me to merely keep my concerns private? Because I am not certain you would wish. I'd like to hear them. Sure enough, he heard them. Accepting Aldrich into this place is utterly careless. The knight replied back, heated words shifting at the very last second. But they said the word careless as if it was meant to be something else entirely. His past is known to you, he is a fiend of the highest order, and even if we could somehow set aside his desecration of Lord Gwyndolin, there is no ignoring his past actions. His caster self did that. And what assurances do we have that the caster and ruler are one and the same? Archon cut him off before he could finish, taking in a short breath. We have no manner of knowing what differences there are between the two of them. We are left to assume they are different beings, but even that assumption is no comforting blanket. With or without a status as a caster, Aldrich is dangerous. I never doubted that. But he isn't the only one who. Then why? Archon took a step forward, raising his voice only for a split second. The knight stopped himself and then took in a sharp intake, stepping backwards and lowering his voice once more. Then why would you accept his aid? It is not something I can condone on any of the cases made. I could barely tolerate it with Sullivan and Velka, nor even with the undead who walks the halls. This sets an uncomfortable pattern. I cannot understand it, not in the least. Perhaps if you had chained him up, but it has taken you hours to seek us out, it should have been an instant decision. They were probably right. He glanced at Okita and noted that she hadn't said anything, but it hardly looked as though she disagreed with a single word that had been said. Your desperation, the desperation of Chaldea as a whole, is known to me, but all the same, my lord. Archon took in a breath and shook his head from side to side. I will, in the strongest possible terms, voice my objection to this course of action. Allowing one like this creature refuge in Chaldea is a decision that can only end poorly. So you'd suggest I get rid of him right now then? Without question. That was rather fast. He wasn't surprised though. And the others? Archon was silent, then he spoke. Velka is as she will always be. A swine. The unkindled is insane and just as quick to strike us down if we were to fall again, and that is not to mention the presence of Sullivan, which, it is by the grace of the gods that he had done nothing, but it will not remain that way forever. The saber exhaled. You ask me for my words, that is what they are. There is desperation, and then there is this. A quick look towards Okita. Would that be your opinion as well? The woman said nothing for a few moments, then took in a short breath and nodded her head once. If we are to speak of the security of Chaldea as a whole, then it is more sensible to remove a threat rather than to monitor it. That being said, in the absence of any crimes being committed since the summoning, I am more neutral. Though I agree that this is another individual who requires vigilance, if only through reputation alone. She was a bit more reserved about it, but there was no denying that she was equally critical of his choice. Ritsuka silently nodded his head and looked between the two of them. Thank you for your honest words. Aldrich will be around for the time being, but as I've already told Gwendolyn, he is on very thin ice. Just keep a close eye on him, I'll let you know if we need to switch from subtle to more obvious methods. Okita nodded once. In the meantime, I shall issue the orders immediately. Thanks, have a good day, you too. He waved his hand, turning to the door and walking back into the hallway. The smile slipped off his face immediately. It was the result he expected. Because it was the natural response, he supposed, when faced with someone like Aldrich. But here he was, saying that he was content to let the man stay in Chaldea, despite the warnings and the grievances. He had been against them with only middling support from the likes of Romani and Da Vinci, but he wasn't sure whether they were just trying to make him feel as though he wasn't being ganged up on. That was an unpleasant thought. Mash trusted his judgment, but he didn't know if he trusted his own judgment. Caw. He jolted, then turned around and looked about for the noise. It had been the screech of a crow or raven. Already he felt his features sour at the thought of dealing with Velka at the moment. That was the last thing he needed to see, especially when he was trying to come to terms with whether this was the right choice or not. Stepping towards the noise, he glanced around for a second or two. A sound of fluttering wings and then nothing. The hallway became utterly silent. Ritsuka sighed and turned back around. Lord Fujimaru. Gah. Then shrieked and jumped back as far as he could manage, slamming a hand over his heart as a pale skull loomed directly in his face and a somewhat gravelly voice spoke to him. The large shadow flinched backwards and rose up, being a full head and shoulders above his height. The skull, for a brief second, looked apologetic. Ritsuka had half a second to realize who it was. Oh, cursed arm, sorry, No, the fault was mine. The assassin dismissed with a shake of the head, then lowered it down. I neglected to provide you with ample warning. It is unusual for an assassin to announce themselves, after all. Yeah, it was. Throwing his breathing back down, Ritsuka slowly slumped forwards and nodded to Hassan before cracking a light smile. Why yeah, so, was there something that you needed or? Cursed arm paused for only a single moment, then he opened his mouth and started speaking. Ritsuka felt his expression drop further and further the longer the assassin spoke. Being summoned to his summoner's room within the same hour he met with Aldrich was much too coincidental. Sullivan was no fool, though it all depended on how much Fujimaru knew. He stepped into the plain room. Already standing across from him was the teenager, arms folded over their chest and a blank gaze in those blue eyes. Fujimaru did well to hide his agitation from him, but his eyes could see it beneath the surface. Something happened that made them uneasy. Is there something you want to tell me, Sullivan? Fujimaru knew. And he knew that Sullivan knew as well. He stepped forwards, then tilted his head. Given that I have been brought here so swiftly, shall I assume that we are both aware of the reason for my sudden summoning and then leave it at that? A game of words does not hold much interest to me. Fujimaru rolled his jaw. I'm talking about the topic of the conversation you had with Aldrich. Do you want to tell me what you talked about? You would not display this unease if you did not already know. He pointed out. Fujimaru's expression tightened rather considerably. Clearly they were after him to make a full admission of it. A rather simple demand, all things considered, but wholly suited for the boy. I consulted Aldrich on what manner of servants would be suitable fuel to increase his power. The jaw of Fujimaru tightened immediately, a flash of anger shot through his eyes before it faded away. Replaced with something much cooler. So they were going to avoid raising their voice, were they? Very well. Might I ask how you know? Or, have you been spying on me? Fujimaru made a small noise. After the fiasco of Aldrich's summoning, I had someone keep an eye on him and Gwendolyn to make sure neither of them tried anything, or rather, it was to make sure that Aldrich did not try anything. Sullivan made a noise of understanding. So it was nothing more than poor timing that brought this about. How unfortunate. Though understandable, I cannot fault you for being thorough. Despite that, I am annoyed. You don't get to be annoyed. The boy replied in a cold voice. I want to know why you thought it was acceptable to start deciding which servants you could sacrifice to Aldrich because you thought they were worthless. That's not your choice to make. He scoffed, cutting the boy short. Of course it is. You clearly won't make it and none of your peers are going to make it for you. Thus, once again, the choice fell into my hands. The only choice that really matters. Entertaining the existence of a musician when the world is in peril. Perhaps you hope that some well-constructed hymns shall subdue our enemies, is that it? This isn't about whether Mozart is useful in a fight or not. Fujimaru shot back rather swiftly. The only reason I'm not as angry as I should be is because you didn't start yet. But I have no reason to doubt that if I hadn't known, you were going to and then put me in the position of either accepting it or putting an end to it. Sullivan tightened his jaw, taking a small step forwards. Do you understand the potential that Aldrich represents? The uses he would have with his noble phantasm. The incorporation of multiple noble phantasms and personal skills into a single being and removing the weak links from your ranks. It should be a simple choice. For you, maybe. Not for me. It's not even a choice. Because you're blind, Fujimaru. He spat back at them, disgusted by the obstinance. You should be willing to explore every single avenue. There should be nothing that you are unwilling to try, and yet your inability to see that. Worse, your acceptance of liabilities into your own organization. Sullivan straightened himself out, clenching his jaw and working to keep his voice level. Do you know what your problem is, Ritsuka? What your ultimate flaw is and why you will keep falling victim to the same ploys over and over again? You are utterly spineless. Because I'm not going to kill indiscriminately. Because you're too much of a coward to risk making hard choices and tough calls. Because you fear that, in doing so, you will lose the chance to make friends with the many servants who cross your line of sight. Fujimaru froze, staring at him with slightly widened eyes, the only sign they were affected by his words. I have seen your type time and time again, and in each instance, I have only grown more disgusted with them. You ignore the clear problems because you fear the results of pushing further. I warned out about Gwendolyn, you ignored me, and then he proceeded to lose control of himself and threatened Chaldea. You were warned during that fiasco with one of Guinevere's children, and then you refused to act until it was far too late. He stabbed a finger towards them. Let us not forget that Velka is the architect of our misery relating to Gwyn and Seath because of her utter insanity, and yet she still skulks these halls like some manner of rodent because, what? You are haunted by the idea of getting some blood on your hands. With a scoff, he shook his head from side to side. No, Ritsuka. You are akin to Guinevere, enamored by the idea that everyone must like you, but she has it easy. With but a wave of her hand, she can sway the minds of whomever crosses her line of sight, and then they will fall for her head over heel. He snapped his fingers to prove his point, then dropped his arm back down. But you, no, you are not afforded such powers, so you need to work. Utterly unable to detach yourself from the notion of showing affection, even at the risk it poses, you refuse to do anything to jeopardize those connections because you find the idea of someone hating you to be repellent. Sullivan straightened. If it was just you, then I would be content to sit back and watch as you rolled on in your pathetic little quest to be loved by everyone, but it is no longer just about you. The moment you fall, you drag everyone else down into the abyss with you, everything in history as well. He watched Fujimaru's face. The surprise had gradually vanished and was replaced with an utterly blank expression. Fujimaru gave little indication that he was even listening to him, but he knew that they were. Well, all except it. You're right. He blinked at them and leaned back a little. Fujimaru was so casual with his reply Sullivan nearly missed it. I cannot reject your words, because you're right. I don't like the idea of stepping on people's toes. I'm a teenager, what the heck gives me the authority to just start throwing out orders to people as if I know what the hell I'm even talking about? Bringing up his hand, Ritsuka pointed to the back of it with a frown. Some funky magic tattoos. As if anyone is going to listen to me if I have to dish out one of these every couple of seconds, but it isn't about that. No, I did let things play out because I didn't want to force the issues. Fujimaru rolled his jaw from side to side. I don't push into personal problems because you're right. I'm not comfortable with the idea of people hating me. I can't just block it out like you seemingly can, or just dismiss everyone who disagrees with my words as being stupid or insane. Giving a simple shrug, Fujimaru rolled his lips inwards. So yes. I kept myself back when I needed to step up. If that is what you're worried about, then fine. I can be decisive. His expression turned cold. From this moment until I feel that you understand how Chaldea operates, you and Aldrich will be under surveillance from a team of servants at all times. If you meet with him for any reason that is not authorized, then I will grant orders for someone to separate you immediately by whatever means they deem necessary. Sullivan stared at them blankly. I will, at least, permit you the opportunity of keeping your workshop as is. But the only choice beyond this is to have it stripped down and for you to do your work out in the open, with another caster looking over your shoulder to make sure you're actively working on something worthwhile. Fujimaru folded his arms behind his back and clenched his jaw. Consider this your single warning on the matter. I don't like being hated by my servants, but if it keeps Chaldea safe and secure, then I'm fine with stepping on a couple of toes for that. These conditions will remain until I decide otherwise. He paused for a second, then angled his head. Or is that not decisive enough for you? Sullivan didn't know whether to be insulted or. No, he was mostly insulted. And yet this was precisely what he had just demanded the boy do in all but words. Clever little bastard. It was difficult not to feel a hint of relief that they were capable of enacting such policies, though he would at least ask. And if Gwendolyn does the same, he will get the same response. I told him when Aldrich was summoned, I am not about to start killing people like that without the chance to prove themselves. I'm still being nice now. I don't need to tell you what Havel would have done if he found out. No, they didn't. But he still felt insulted by their words. He turned on his heel and marched out of the door. Ritsuka watched Sullivan leave, keeping his pose for a couple of seconds. Then he dropped down onto his bed, raising his hands and placing them upon his face. A long shuddering breath escaped him as he replayed the conversation in his mind again and again. It felt like his heart was beating at a mile a second. That was the first time he had ever done something like that. His hands moved up, fingers laced through his hair as he pushed himself off his bed and onto his feet, clawing through dark locks and pulling his fingers tighter and tighter until he held an uncomfortable grip on his own scalp. He felt his features twist and turn as he paced back and forth across the room. He knew what people would say if they heard about this, when they heard about this, and he could imagine the looks he would get. The stares that would be thrown his way, especially the face of the director when it all came up. He had been told by everyone that these weren't the sort of people that could be trusted, and he hadn't truly extended any of that trust towards Aldrich in the least. He had been waiting for them to do something. Sullivan though. The caster hadn't done anything in the entire time that they had been here, so Ritsuka assumed, he hoped, that there would never be anything to worry about. That despite all the comments and the complaints from the caster, that they were satisfied with their current working conditions and that there was no need for him to do anything or to personally intervene. But they hadn't changed. Sullivan had never changed. He had just been waiting for the right moment, and the second Aldrich appeared, it was just handed to him. All those worries about Aldrich doing something, and it was Sullivan who made the first move. The only reason that he wasn't currently debating anything more severe with the Saint was because Sullivan had been the one to initiate and had never directly agreed with anything the Pontiff said. Ritsuka wasn't stupid. He figured that Aldrich would have done it if he realized he could get away with it, but he had made no admission, so that was that. Sullivan. He hadn't even bothered to hide it because why would he? It wasn't even that he was doing it to damage Chaldea. He was doing it because he thought it was the only sensible choice to be made and that he knew better. Closing his eyes, Ritsuka hissed into his mouth and crouched down to the ground. Another tug against his hair. You'll pull something loose if you keep doing that. He did not open his eyes, nor did he turn his head. He didn't need to in order to recognize the voice. His response came out less than a heartbeat later. I'm not in the mood to talk right now, so can you please just leave me alone for a couple of minutes? No immediate response. For a split second, he hoped she had listened to him. A flutter of wings and then the sound of something landing on the bed behind him. His eyelids slowly peeled themselves open, craning his neck and looking over his shoulder towards the sound of the disturbance. A large raven, the size of a cat, stared right back at him, head tilted to the side. And leave you alone when you were in such a state. The raven with Velka's voice, or rather, Velka with the face of a raven, responded to him in a rather amused tone. That could hardly be seen as a worthy thing for a goddess such as myself to do. Ritska bristled. I thought leaving people in pain and turmoil was your whole shtick. Velka did not reply. The raven hopped on the bed and ruffled its feathers before replying, without even moving the mouth, merely that the voice came from somewhere in the direction of the raven. I suppose it would be fair of you to assume that, but you misunderstand my purpose in being here. It would be wrong of me to leave. Don't you? Ritska sharply stood up and glared at the bird for a few seconds, then scoffed and turned away from her, his eyes closed once more. Don't start talking to me about what the right or the wrong thing to be done is. We've already had that argument once before and neither of us got anywhere, so just. He was tired. A lethargic wave of the hand was swung in the direction of the raven, moving from the bird and to the door. Velka sighed. Then I shall phrase this in another way. I do not believe that it would be good to leave you in the current state that you are in. Does that fit with your expectations for me? Or perhaps it would be easier to consider this my thanks for that spot of assistance the other day. Spot of assistance. Ritska opened his eyes and looked back at her with a blank face. By the sounds of it, those were the consequences of your own actions coming back for you. I didn't argue on your behalf because I wanted you to owe me. I did it because Gilgamesh would have killed you and torn the entire side of the base apart in the process. Velka chuckled rather dryly. All the same, this is a debt I intend to repay by lending an ear. Pass. It doesn't work like that. Does for me. He shrugged and walked to the other side of the room, keeping his back to the bird and then sighing. Why do you look like that, anyway? Because I have my own little group watching over me, but this is one of my few tricks for avoiding them. Ritska sent a silent look over his shoulder, then turned back around. Do you want some words? He almost laughed at that. From you? No. You reek of guilt and sin and the goddess of both is offering you advice. It felt as though the air of the room got thinner in a heartbeat. It would be wise for you to at least hear what I have to say before you dismiss me out of turn. His face tightened, he turned around and scowled. You have 1 minute. The raven rolled its head rather than its eyes, sighing while it did so. All right then, what reason do you have to feel guilty? Ritska frowned. What? You're the one who says I said it was clear you were, I did not say it was clear why. Velka countered before he could finish. By all accounts, you have done a good deed. A person might have sought to harm your allies and you have acted to stop that before it could occur. I would claim this as a cause for celebration of your abilities and judgment. I personally found the ruling to be rather fair. His face flattened. Your approval fills me with great joy. Velka exhaled. Do you know what your greatest sin is, Ritska? He raised a brow and said nothing. Inaction. He stopped. But you admitted as such, did you not? Awareness of sin and moving to correct it is to be lauded. You have a stronger sense of betterment than many of the others who walk in the world, take pride in that. Pride in, Ritska stepped forwards and snarled. It almost happened again. I nearly let it happen all over again and it keeps happening. Velka inclined her head but said nothing. Ash has problems with Drake and humanity. Nah. That'll be fine. He just needs a bit of time to think about all of it, I'm sure he'll come around. He slapped the front of his forehead. Gee, what a great idea, Ritska, how could that possibly backfire? He paced away, swinging a hand up and finding himself breaking into laughter. I was saved by this guy in a freak snowstorm in the middle of London. He claims to have amnesia but it's fine. Because he saved me. Never mind the fact that virtually no one likes him and that all my servants are telling me that it's a bad idea to keep him inside my own body. Turning his head, he gave an exaggerated shrug of the shoulders. Really? What's the worst that could happen? I'm sure he's just a regular old jerk with a heart of gold. He was panting now, another chortle escaped him as he swung an arm out. What's what? Gwendolyn is depressed about his father. I'm sure he needs time to come to terms with things. I don't need to throw myself into something like that. Not like he'll have an emotional meltdown or. You've made your point. Ritska whipped his head around and wheezed. Made my point. To you, maybe. To me, I'm not so sure, given that it just keeps happening again and again and again. Apparently I haven't made the point to myself, given that I seem to just let all this stuff happen to me and do nothing about it. The strength dropped out of his body, his arms slumped by his side and his head hung low. I don't do anything about it, I just let it simmer, let it fester because I don't want to make it worse, because I can see myself saying or doing the wrong thing and. He dropped down onto his knees, still staring at the floor and leaning backwards. His arms came to a rest on his thighs as he continued his blank staring contest with the cold metal floor. Because who the hell am I to even talk about trying to fix someone else's problems? What the hell sort of wisdom or spiritual advice do I have? This is nuts, utterly crazy. Hey Ritska, why are you letting this guy walk around? Why don't you kill him? Yeah, maybe because I'm 17. He dropped forwards, head thudding into the floor. I'm 17. I just want to go home. I miss my home, I miss my parents, I miss my friends and, I miss the little cobwebs in the corner of my room. Chaldea is so clean that there isn't a single cobweb around here. I just want to play a video game or go out for a nice meal. I want to think about whether I'm going to spoil myself with a hot shower or not whether I have to kill someone or not. What the hell is that supposed to be? Bringing his hand up, he clenched it into a fist and swung down against the floor. What the hell, why am I even here? Why am I speaking with cannibals or having someone try to cut my head off for just existing wrong? Why am I the only one who gets weird looks when I say that I don't want to kill people? Why do they want me to? Why do they? He still remembered. He still saw it. Whenever he closed his eyes, it was still there. Why did they want me to do that again? The redness on his hands. The warmth that splattered across his face. He still felt it. Still saw it. Why do I need to explain myself? A sniffle, the vision of the floor blurred as tears dropped to the ground in front of him, his voice cracked. Why do I even need to explain that to someone? I get that singularities are different but this, why do I? He stiffened as something touched the back of his head. Fingers stroked through his scalp, rather gently in a manner that was almost comforting. There is no sin in wishing for the life of another. The gentle voice cooed in his ear. He wanted to shake her off and throw her away from him. But he was just too tired for that. And there is no sin in wanting to protect your friends from harm. The goddess continued onwards. Your fear is founded in truth. When you have no knowledge of an infection, you would not rush to treat a wound for fear of doing worse, but sometimes, leaving the wound lets the infection spread and deepen. Ritska clenched his jaw but said nothing. Only time shall tell if this treatment of yours has worked, but I believe that it was the right course of action. That sin of inaction you carry, it looks much lighter now to my eyes than it did before. A slow road to change, but for those so inclined, it is one worth traveling. She continued to run her hands across the top of his head, though he wasn't sure when she changed from a bird to a body. So young for one with such pain, a sin it is that you are here now. One that shall be redeemed in time, though for now, listen to my words, whether you accept them or not is your own choice. You have done nothing wrong, Fujimaru. You did the very best that you could. His jaw clenched as he heard the words. His hands tightened into fists. I could have done more. No. She cut him short, her stroking of his head ceased for a brief moment. You truly could not have. Not as you are, not as the person you were. Change does not come easily, nor does command. To expect perfection, number. Few have foresight, but hindsight is gifted freely to all and it often shows a cruel image. Something shuffled next to his head. The choice that faces you now, how much more are you willing to do? How much will you change, and how much will you keep the same? Ritska didn't have an answer. Not for a few seconds. I'm not going to kill because I'm asked. A fair stance. Came the agreement. You demand reasons, just as anyone would. Thus chances are offered, those who do not accept mercy, Well, that is for you to decide. I shall leave you to your thoughts, as I have stepped beyond our 1 minute of time. Ritska sniffled, then slowly brought his head back up and stared at the back of Velka as her body shimmered away. The form of the raven returned, waddling across the cold tiles. You, he took in a breath, then continued. You, thanks for listening. A chuckle from the raven, it turned and stared at him. I listen to all those who would confess. For that is how I find those who truly mean their words, or seek only the comfort that comes with being told of forgiveness. If you truly mean to correct your past mistakes, then we shall see if they blossom again. The raven froze for a brief moment, then tilted its head. And think on this. Acceptance is not the same affection. But it is so easy to confuse the two. The raven took off a moment later, flapping its wings and vanishing into the air. The love and the hate. With the benefit of hindsight, he should have seen this happening the moment she was summoned. Then again, they did say that hindsight was 20/20. He was really paying for his lack of foresight now though. Director, please. This isn't. Get her out of those blankets. It was probably for the best that it was only just himself, Mash and Romani in the room. Barring the presence of the servant in question, at least. With his arms looped around the waist of the director, he struggled to pull her away from the freshly summoned ball of linen. Wrapped up in a shape that reminded him more of a woodlouse, and given what they were suffering, the comparison felt very apt. Get off me. All I was dancing and singing like an idiot. It was a very good performance. RRRRAAAA. Ritska winced at the screech that echoed through the room, still struggling to pull back the red-faced director as she clawed and pulled her way at the blankets, desperate to crack open the outer shell of blankets to get to whomever was inside. Who had yet to actually say anything. But then again, what were they supposed to say? Get out those blankets. Stall. Ritska blanched as the presence washed over him, soon followed by the shadow blocking out the lights above his head. Freezing on the spot, Ritska turned his head around and looked up. The sculpted arrow-like head of Stahl glared right back at him. The berserker reached past him, thankfully, and instead clasped the blankets before giving a single powerful tug. Sweeping the blankets clean off the figure and unveiling them, they thudded against the ground with a light grunt which swiftly shifted into a panicked sort of wailing sound as they rolled across the ground in the other direction. Wait. Calm down. As expected, Hanleth's first words were a terrified mixture of begging and pleading, holding her hands up as her eyes darted between the furious director and the mountainous suit of armor. Honestly, even Ritska was having trouble over which was scarier. You infernal. You just stay right where you are and don't try to run. A hiss of the door behind him was followed by footsteps into the room. He turned about and blinked at the sudden presence of the resident God King. Flan stepped into the room without a word, featureless gaze staring straight ahead. Dad. A stark comparison between the rather rejoicing tone of Hanleth, like that of a drowning man spotting a boat. The God King spared her barely a glance, narrowing his eyes ever so slightly before they shifted away and onto the director and himself. The god remained silent, then placed his hands on his hips. I will take care of them. End this farce now before I become insulted. Farce. The director hissed, turning on Flan with a snarl. This rapscallion, do you have any idea what she made me? It is precisely because of what occurred that I am not more insulted over your anger. Flan replied with a strained voice, clenching his jaw and nodding to Hanleth. I will administer her punishment for her actions. Or will you argue with me on this matter? Ritska frowned and glanced at the director, dropping his voice into a whisper. It's not worth starting a fight in here, director. The woman made a rather angered noise in his arms before pulling herself free with a single powerful tug. Swiftly turning around and glaring at him for several seconds before she clicked her tongue, then glared at Hanleth and pointed at her. If you ever, and I mean ever, pull a stunt like that, I will drop a black hole on your head. With nary a more, she turned around and marched right out of the room, swiftly followed by Stahl. Ritska watched her leave, then winced as he turned towards Flan, who wore a rather annoyed expression on his face, marching forwards until they stood in front of Hanleth. Dad, ouch. Flan pinched her by the ear, pulling her to her feet and speaking in a slow tone of voice. Not a word from you. Not here and not now. Unless you want to make things worse for yourself. Hanlith made a small whimper and then looked down at the ground with an expression like she was fighting back tears. Flan turned around and made for the door, dragging his daughter along behind him. They barely reached the door before Romani's voice echoed through the room. We've got some more summonings incoming. Ritska could have told them that, watching the pillar of light split through the room and the figure stride forwards out of the light. They paused the moment they caught sight of the situation, turning their eyes first onto him and then onto the figure behind him and by the door. He caught the moment their eyes narrowed and they marched forwards, not even saying a word to him. A quick step to the side in order to avoid getting trampled, because he saw no indication that she was going to stop and wait for him to move, and she was right past him and standing in front of Flan. Is there something? Chrysor didn't give any warning what she was about to do, and it was only the swift reactions from Flan yanking his arm back that saved him from losing it altogether. The sword of the servant passed clean through the space where they had been holding Hanlith, their other hand grasped the goddess by the back of her jumper and yanked her backwards. Silence passed through the room, Flan caught looking shocked and then immediately insulted by the actions while Hanlith was swiftly mounted on the shoulders of the saber, who then took a step away from Flan while still keeping their sword firmly grasped in their hand and at the ready. Chrysor turned to him, ignoring the flabbergasted look from Flan, and then spoke in an utterly bored tone of voice. Where is my lair? He figured she meant room. But that wasn't what bothered him. You can't just go around swinging your swords at people. My lair. Where is it? Are you even? Useless. She clicked her tongue, then marched right out of the door with a rather stupefied Hanlith mounted on their shoulders. No one said anything, not him, not Mash and not even Flan who was blinking several times and clearly still trying to comprehend what just happened. Well, light spilled through the room once more from behind. Ritska managed a halfway turn to see what the source was. A grinning face filled his vision, tattoos lining their skin, eyes of red and gold and a raggedy gray hood covering their upper shoulders and pulled over their head. He froze. Yo, little ant. Nar Alma leaned back, then let out a low whistle as his eyes swept through the room, skipping back, placing his hands upon his hips and leaning heavily on one side. A low chuckle escaped them as he spoke once more in a rather mirthful tone of voice. Wow, all this for me. I didn't get you anything in return. Did I get it wrong? Are you a little bird making a nest full of shiny things to attract me here? Ritska felt his expression tighten. Mash immediately readied herself at his side. He could see that she would prepare herself at any moment to go into servant form, even without the probability of half a dozen servants waiting to come barreling through the door and kill the previously hostile god in front of him. Slowly but surely, his lips pulled into a polite smile, the words passed rather slowly from his lips. Welcome to Chaldea. Glad to have your help. They lacked any and all warmth. It was basic courtesy, nothing more. With a grin that spelled trouble, Alma righted themselves and preened at the words. Are you really glad to have my help? You're so honest, little ant. Well, I'm glad that you're not holding a grudge. I'd be a little disappointed if you were, you know. That would have really spoiled our meeting. Alma's eyes left him and darted to another, their smile shrank just a little and their brow raised itself. Ah, hey Dad. I didn't see you there for a second. I guess that's always been a problem. You're just surrounded with more interesting people all the time, aren't you? But don't worry. I still think about you from time to time, UKNGRRK. Ritska hadn't even seen him move, but he heard the thud of a body slamming into metal. Flan. The shout of alarm left his lips the second he saw what was happening. Namely that Flan had Alma pinned against the wall behind them with a hand around the throat of the lancer, all while the strangled servant started to grin. I take it UHEA, the grip around Alma's neck tightened, he stopped speaking a second later, grabbing at the arm but not making a concerted effort to remove it from his neck. Instead he just wore a look of utter confidence. We both know you won't do it. Like you would not. Flan replied in a tone as cold as ice. You think I do not know what you did to Hanlith? What you did, it would be exactly what you deserved. Alma tilted his head. Maybe, but all the same. The Lancer's face shifted, turning utterly bored. We both know you won't. Ritska stepped forwards, moving past an alarmed Mash and stared at the back of the fire god. Flan. He called out to the caster. The red-haired man didn't so much as twitch at the call of his name, but Ritska knew he heard them. His eyes turned down, the arm that kept Alma pinned against the wall started to tremble, the sound of grinding teeth came next. Then a sharp intake of air as Flan wrenched his arm away from the neck of Alma. The Lancer dropped to the ground and stepped forwards, bringing up his left hand and wiping at his neck. I think it might bruise. The Lancer commented with a light tone, glancing to his father and reaching across, patting them mockingly on the shoulder twice. But it was a good try. Now if Mother got her hands on me. Do not. Flan swatted the arm away from him, stepping forwards and using his height advantage to glare down at the smaller god. Do not test me, or what? Alma replied rather coolly, matching the stare with his father for a few seconds before smiling and stepping away from them, moving towards Ritska. Well, I'm going to go and have a look around this place, if you don't mind me. Stretch my legs and see what sort of little killers you've assembled. I'm really excited, little ant. Ritska had barely a moment to say anything before they faded into spirit form, only their parting words echoed through the air. Catch you later. It wasn't even a second later before someone else spoke up. Flan let out an irritated growl and clenched his hands into fists. A sputter of fire crept up his arms for a single moment before it was snuffed out. The god glared hard at the door before they brought their hands up, placing them flat against their face and ejected a long and pained sigh into their palms. Ritska watched them with a hint of wariness before they dragged their hands down. I will handle my children. That was all they said. Then they tiredly dragged themselves out of the door. Ritska kept quiet. As much as he wanted to let them do that, there was no way he was going to let something like that happen without him having some idea of what was going on. Hassan, he called through the mental link. Do me a favor. Go to Okita and the other security officers. Tell them that Nar Alma was summoned and I want someone to watch over his every move until I'm satisfied he won't try anything. If that is your wish, my lord. I shall look for this servant immediately. Are we expecting trouble from them? That is what I would like to find out. Ash was becoming increasingly concerned about the nature of some of the servants who were arriving into Chaldea, though he would never voice these concerns aloud. That was not his place to do so, and if he had been proven anything, it was that he didn't understand humans all that well. Though, with that being said, he was sure that he wasn't alone in being utterly repulsed by the idea of Aldrich walking the corridors as though there was nothing the matter with him in the least. He's a what? The barely restrained hiss from Martha was further proof that he wasn't alone in his troubled thoughts, sparing a glance to the saint as he wiped up the last of the cups in his hand and set them upon the side. A cannibal. Repeating the answer did nothing for her expression. She looked more horrified than before and turned her head towards the individual sitting by her side. Jean looked no less pleased by all of it, content to merely stare down at the water in front of her and close her eyes. And he is considered a saint. She sounded personally offended by the title. He spared a glance to her hands and briefly noted that they were clenched into fists. Something she clearly realized she was doing, swiftly changing her posture and clearing her throat, making a concerted effort to compose herself and make it appear as though she hadn't been mere seconds from flying across the room to throw a haymaker. Ash privately wondered what that would have looked like. He had visions of her punching a dragon. She punched very hard, it seemed. His worshippers decried him as such. Ash blandly responded with a shrug of the shoulders. It was not something that he would personally have called the man. He was sure that Anri would have had more words for what the monster was than himself. All he ever really thought of at the time was how difficult it would be to kill them. His hands briefly paused as he wiped at the cup. Pulling it away, he stared at his reflection. He never really expressed sympathy to either Anri or Horace for what they had been through, had he? He had taken everything they said and just didn't respond to it in the least, merely understood their desire to kill Aldrich but personally thought nothing of it at the time. No, that wasn't true. There was no personal motivation involved. He killed Aldrich because it was his duty to do so. No other reason. Ash. Turning his head, he met the eyes of Jean and noted her slightly bemused look at him. Is everything all right? I'm merely debating how useful Aldrich could actually be. His response earned a slightly worried look from the ruler, though he was quick to make an addition. I have no intention of tracking him through the halls and killing him, not unless he presents himself as a danger, though I am more surprised that Gwendolyn is still willing to work with Ritska. I would have thought that Uncle would have been more inclined to kill him. Yes, well, their initial meeting was rather. Martha was only midway through her sentence when she stopped, brows pinched and raising her head back up and meeting his gaze with one of puzzlement. Did you say uncle? Oh, I see. She leaned back ever so slightly, looking him up and down with a faint grimace before shaking her head and dismissing whatever else she was going to say. No, it is none of my business, though I am similarly worried about letting such a figure near Master. His acceptance of them is concerning for me. Both he and Jean glanced at one another. It wasn't just concerning what the past of Aldrich was, it was concerning what he was capable of if given the chance. Even if he had been summoned under the class of ruler, there was no denying that there was something amiss with the Dark Saint. Ash would not be so wholly convinced that Aldrich was not still working for their own agenda. Clearing their throat, Martha straightened herself in their seat and folded her arms, seemingly coming to some manner of conclusion. Whatever the case might be and whatever reason Master has, it has become clear that the suspect character of Aldrich requires a rather close eye to ensure they attempt nothing. He was glad that she was speaking sense. Do you intend to do that for every suspicious individual who wanders through the halls of Chaldea? Ash thinned his lips as the dull voice of Archer rang out behind him, soon followed by the steps of the servant as they approached the counter. Because if that is the case, then I'm curious how useful you will end up being if you spend all your time spying on everyone who does not conform to your standards. Martha narrowed her eyes. It is not about conforming to my standards, it is a matter of principle. Because he holds the title of saint and you feel personally offended by that? Archer asked with a raised brow, though his tone gave little indication that they were truly caring in regards to that. He just exhaled and shook his head from side to side. We have Elizabeth Báthory here as well, who needs no introduction, and if you wish to keep an eye on dangerous individuals. Ash heard them trail off. Around the same time he noticed the focus of Jean and Martha slide towards him, the former with a wince and the latter in light confusion. When Archer phrased it like that, then he was true. Ritska couldn't well give him a chance to prove himself useful while at the same time denying Aldrich the same opportunity. It would make him appear like a hypocrite, and if they tried to argue that it was because he didn't have full control of his emotions at the time. They had been down that argument before. Archer. Jean gave a light warning to the servant, but stopped when he raised his hand to wave off her words. No, Archer is right. Ash exhaled, lowering the limb back down. Until Aldrich has done anything to draw ire, then doing more than keeping an eye upon them is nothing more than paranoia, but I will not say that it isn't warranted. I have every intention of keeping my eyes upon Aldrich just as you are entitled to view me with the same level of suspicion. I would encourage you to do so. Archer met his gaze, neither one of them said anything for a few moments. With a shrug, the tanned man let out a light grunt and started to walk back the way they came. I wasn't telling you it was a bad idea, merely that with how our master seems to be the accepting sort, it is quickly going to turn into a rather large problem. They'll likely be more troublemakers than there will be eyes to keep them in check. A frown came upon his lips as he debated the words of the archer. They weren't wrong. Ritska's acceptance of servants with colored pasts was something of a concern for him, but that was not his place to comment on. Given that he was among such servants. Well, he was sure Ritska had some inclining as to what they were doing. Why do I get the feeling that he is going to be one such person who enjoys trying to get a rise out of people? The dry tone of Martha lingered in the wake of Archer's leaving. Ash shrugged his shoulders and turned back around. That is just the way that he is. I am not going to say it is right or wrong, but he at least keeps a keen eye on everything that goes on around the kitchens. I value his input. That clearly wasn't something that either of them had been expecting. Jean in particular looked at him in surprise. Really? Was that really a shock? Archer didn't seem to care for personal feelings and spoke of things how he saw them, though he would prefer them to be more blunt and less vague with some of their sentences. He figured that was just the way they were. That and they both valued the same sort of thing, pragmatism. It was about making something work rather than making it comfortable. Again, he was rather put off by their wit. Really? He froze at the voice. His head turned in the direction of the speaker and his lips dropped into a thin line. The heads of both Jean and Martha similarly turned, finding a new individual leaning over the counter with a rather sharp smile on their face, trying and failing to get a good look further into the kitchens, eyes gleaming with manic interest. I think you're onto something. Get that guy back here, he looked like a really interesting character. I want to ask him something. Of all the people that Ritska could have summoned, they brought this one here. Why? A beat, they slowly turned their head away from the direction of the retreating Archer and onto the two women who were staring at them with no small amount of bemusement. Huh, clerics, how boring. A flat look came upon their face. They stepped away from the counter and placed their hands upon their hips. It was only for a split second that their disappointment lingered, then they cupped their chin and hummed out. Well, if you ended up here then you must have been good for some sort of bloodletting. How many people did you guys kill? Or did you not keep count? I'm fine either way. Excuse me. Martha spoke in a rather deathly quiet tone of voice, clearly masking her true feelings on what the man had just asked them. Hardly surprising, given it was tantamount to asking if she was an unthinking killer. Jean just gazed back with narrowed eyes and swiftly turned her head without giving the indication that she registered the question, at least for a couple of seconds. Did you not hear me or something? Their head turned and met his gaze. Hey, bro, are you really friends with these sorts of people? Doesn't that seem a little strange for you, being an undead and all? I mean, I've never seen a lion be friends with a gazelle, you know. Or, which of you is which in this situation? Ash rolled his jaw from side to side. Alma. Yees. Nar drawled out, turning on him with a wide smile on his lips. Ah, you're surprised to see me, aren't you? Is it really that big of a surprise? I figure that you would understand why I would come here in the first place. That was the worst part. He did understand why they were here. He just didn't like how they were acting as though they were so familiar with him. It was almost insulting to him. Ash. Jean spoke up after a second, glancing at him and raising a brow. I do not suppose you know who this is. Nar Alma. My older half-brother. A beat, then he added on. The god of murderers. Nar Alma flattened his face, rolling his eyes and shaking his head from side to side. That's somewhat slanderous, brother. I am the god of blood, just as much related to the random little acts of killing as much as I am the god of those who wish to prove their way of living is better, or even territorial disputes for the good of whatever little colony they are a part of. Ash grunted. That might well be as you say, but a majority of those in your covenant were unrepentant killers. They were honest individuals who accepted what they were in life. Nar countered rather swiftly, though his tone didn't so much as shift in the least. Sounding as though they were dispensing common knowledge rather than insane drivel. They decided to see the world through the lens of how it is rather than how others pretend it is. They just didn't want an excuse to kill. I do not see the harm in giving them what they want. Their victims would. Then they shouldn't be so easy to kill, should they? Alma folded his arms, losing his smile and raising a brow. Really, you wouldn't hold such aggression for me if I was the god of lions and my patrons went around killing small animals. I suspect that none would so much as bat an eye. Why do you all care? Is it because those in my covenant are just slightly more intelligent? No, he wasn't going to be drawn into this conversation with them. It was utterly pointless. I refuse to argue this topic with you. Go and make yourself a nuisance elsewhere and keep in mind that I will be there should you step out of line. If you could not even best Gawain in a fight, you stand little chance of contending with me. The grin they gave was rather enthusiastic. Why brother, you sound almost excited. Or you just waiting for an excuse so that no one cares about it? What if you? Is there something you came for? The interruption from Martha cut the conversation short, slowly drawing the eyes of Alma onto the saint. The woman met the gaze of the blood god without so much as batting an eye towards them, rather it seemed as though she was the one who was determined to win the stare down between them. MMMMMH. Leaning forwards, Alma let out a low hum of mild intrigue, lowering himself until he was at eye level with Martha. Neither one of the two blinked during the stare down. I guess maybe you might be a little more interested. All right then, I'll look forward to seeing what you're capable of in the future, but right now, in response to your question, I am just looking around to see what types of killers we have around here. Bringing a hand up, they tapped away at their chin while putting on a ponderous frown. You can really tell a lot about a person by what they are willing to kill for, or rather, what they are willing to use as an excuse to kill for. Not everyone is willing to kill for simple reasons, and even if they are, the act of killing is not something that one can provide an excuse for. Jean shook her head from side to side, clearly no longer willing to remain on the sidelines of the conversation, turning herself towards Alma and keeping her face flat. There is value in every life, even those that do not conform to what is accepted as right and proper. A person's worth is not measured in what they might kill for. It is what they are willing to live for. Nothing from Alma, not initially. The god lowered his hands down and rested them upon his hips, leveling Jean with a long look before tilting his head, speaking in an emotionless tone of voice. Why do people need a reason to live? You don't see animals trying to debate with themselves what it is that they are striving to see tomorrow for. They just carry on. Humans are just smart monkeys. A gross oversimplification. Or is it the true outlook once everything has been stripped away? We're all living beings at the end of the day. You, me, animals and demons. All of us just want to push forwards from one day to the next without worrying about being killed. The real test of character is how much you're willing to do to ensure you see that next day. And you believe that only those who kill are the deserving. The smile that blossomed on the face of Alma was as small as it was genuine. Naturally. That is how nature works. I believe humans call it Darwinism. What a pleasing notion, they have a name for it. The strong live and the weak die, that is just how life works, prettying it up with ideals and in societies won't change what it is. You just want to make sure you're the fittest at the end of the day. Ash narrowed his eyes. And I suppose your role in this is to just remind everyone about the law of the jungle. Law of the jungle. Alma paused, tasting the words for a moment, bringing a hand up and rubbing away at his chin. What a funny little phrase. Law of the jungle, you know what? I like that. I'm going to coin that phrase, brother. But you subscribe to it, don't you? The strong decide what life is, that is how you decided what the right path forwards was, right? Ash froze. The smile on the face of Lancer turned softer. They leaned forwards and rested his hands upon the countertop. Don't worry about it, brother. I'm very proud of how strong you became. If the human who managed to best you is truly the fittest, then I want to see just how far they can get before something stops them. With a shrug of the shoulders, he stepped away. I get the feeling he is a rather simple one. Like I said, you can tell a lot about a person based on what they are willing to kill for. And that boy, Alma trailed off, his eyes gleaming with approval, twisted and sickening as it was. I get the feeling there's a lot to like about that boy. Even if it was only a little, Ash felt the need to speak up. I sincerely hope that you do not find too much you approve of within them. Well, that's between myself and him, isn't it, brother? Turning on his heel, Alma walked away, raising a hand and giving a lazy wave over his shoulder. Feel free to come by and say hello anytime. I'll be sure to do the exact same, until next time. Ash rolled his jaw from side to side as he watched them leave, their body fading away back into spirit form, though he could still sense their lingering presence as it retreated from the room. His eyes turned back to his own hands. Ah, they were right. He really did conform to what they had said was the natural path forwards. They really were related. HMPH. A disapproving grunt broke his gaze. His eyes flickered to the owner of the noise as Martha sent a rather scrutinizing glare in the direction that Alma had retreated in, lingering on for a few moments before she let out a breath, turning her eyes away and back towards the counter, folding her arms over her chest. It seems as though there are quite a few others that are worth keeping an eye on. Especially that one, he seems to be the sort that cares only about their own amusement and things. No, he got the feeling that it wasn't a case of Alma being amused or not. It was just a case of them being proven right. So long as they were proved right, then they would be content with everything. If you say so. With a quiet word, he turned his head away from the servants and moved further back into the kitchens. He was sure that he would be able to set aside the words of Alma if given enough time, but he very much doubted that. Though he did not agree with a single thing that the servant said, he still very much understood the position they were coming from. They described the sort of life they saw as right and proper and would argue in favor of that. Was that how he looked from an outside perspective? How disturbing. Are you sure that it's a good idea to leave them to walk off all alone, Fujimaru-kun? Ritsuka shrugged his shoulders. Whether they walk off alone now or after the tour, the result would be more or less the same. Besides, it's hardly as though there aren't some who would be able to stop him if he tried something. As strange as it was to say, he got the feeling that there wasn't anything that Nar Alma was going to do, at least not at the moment. They seemed to be a very upfront individual, but he didn't actually know all that much about them beyond what he had seen. And what he had seen was a figure who was very much willing to kill his own family without a second thought if it meant he could get what he wanted. Perhaps he would need to call them down to establish some ground rules, like he had done so with Aldrich and Sullivan. Though his conversation with the saint hadn't been as much of a strain upon him as he would have expected it to be. At least, not like it had been with Sullivan. I get that, but even so, Romani trailed off. The pair continued their stroll through the hallways. With a shake of the head, the doctor lowered his gaze to the ground, placing a hand on his nape and scratching away at it nervously. Given the timing of everything and the fact they clearly retain their memories, they seem a little chaotic and the type that needs a closer eye. He agreed with them wholeheartedly. I asked Hassan to keep an eye on them after they spirited away, as well as alert Okita and the others. He replied, earning a blink of surprise from the doctor, though it quickly shifted into a look of relief. Rituka felt the need to elaborate. Hey, I might be willing to accept help, but I wasn't going to take everything at face value. Hassan told me he spoke with Ash, Martha and Jean and then left. The assassin was still explaining the nature of the conversation to him through the mental link, but from the sounds of it, it was just depicting Alma to be the sort of guy who was very much an anarchist. Rejecting modernity and returning to the primal days of caveman stuff or whatever. I think at the moment he's just having a wander and getting to know everything. I'm not wholly inclined to be trusting him just yet. He trailed off, then shrugged his shoulders up and down. But I'm not going to take any action against them until they do something, but I'm really not going to let my guard down around him. Even if I somehow do, then I have Mash to look out for me. That, and he personally doubted that Ash was going to be inclined to ever let their guard down around the Lancer either. Ritsuka was personally more concerned about the others that had been summoned along with Alma. Do you think I made a mistake, letting it go on for as long as it did? Romani stopped walking. You mean the singularity, or Ash being turned into a child? Oh, that. Yeah, both. I guess they're one and the same now. Ritsuka grumbled, bringing his hands up and running them through his hair. I just keep looking for the best in a situation and in people, and then. The doctor turned about and looked down at him. Ritsuka couldn't make out what sort of face they were making other than it being a conflicted one. Their hands came down to their sides. The man rolled his jaw for a few moments before speaking. Do you believe it was a mistake? Romani simply asked, tilting his head to the side. I can only really provide some small measure of advice that isn't really that good. Really, it's the others you should be looking for if you're after a proper answer. I don't want to be the sort of person who just doubts everyone that comes before them. He replied, turning to face the doctor and stepping backwards, leaning against the wall and sighing quietly. But it seems as though every time I just take things at face value, they turn out to be the very worst. I don't know. I figured that a theme park should have been a perfect place for Ash to relax. He didn't know if it was the weird brain-numbing effect of Hanleth's park or if it was his own choice that ensured Ash wasn't immediately returned to an adult. He couldn't say with absolute certainty either way. Maybe it had been his choice or maybe it had been made for him, but that didn't really change it. It had been proven when he went back to Hanleth and demanded she tear everything down. I don't think that looking at every smile and seeing the worst in people is the sort of life you should be considering living at your age, Fujimaru-kun. Ritsuka brought his eyes up, meeting the gaze of the doctor. The man offered a thin smile. Some people are worse than others, some show themselves to be liars, but if you want to go forwards expecting the best of everyone you see, and somehow managing that even when you meet the less than reputable sorts, then that is your choice. With a shrug, his smile grew a little larger. I think that it's a pretty amazing thing for you to do. It's a lot braver than me, that's for sure. I don't think I'd be able to keep up that sort of attitude for very long. Ritsuka wasn't sure it was an attitude he was really keeping up in the first place. That was just how he was honestly feeling, but he just wanted to make sure that it was the right thing to do in the first place. After all, he figured that he should have reacted more strongly in certain situations than he actually ended up doing. Not everyone gets things right the first time, and I'm certainly not expecting you to be perfect. Ritsuka met the eyes of the man, raising a brow ever so slightly at their only marginally backhanded words. Romani clearly realized this, his smile fading into a grimace. That wasn't what I meant to come across with. What I meant to say was that life is all about trial and error. Maybe you did make a mistake, but the point is that you learned from it and are willing to do it again but better. You might get burned again, but I get the feeling you'll be more careful next time. A sigh, the man shook his head once more. This isn't coming out right. What I'm trying to tell you is, well, I don't think being nice to people is something that you should feel guilty about. Nor do I think trying to look out for them is a bad thing. Raising his hand, Romani gestured to him. It might not come out the way you wish it to sometimes, but as long as the intention is there. Ritsuka hummed, nodding along with the words of the man. That was right. It wasn't that he regretted showing kindness in the first place, and if he could do it all over again, then maybe he would have changed some things to make the outcome better, but he wouldn't have changed his words. Those were the one things he didn't regret. Not completely. That being said, he was still rather unsure of where the matter of Seath was. That felt more like they had played on his kindness all over again, and the worst thing was that he knew they could do it, there was the chance they would do it again. But he didn't want to start being someone who he wasn't just because there was a chance his personality could be used against him. He didn't want to stop being himself. Thanks, Roman. The doctor blinked. Well, I'm not sure if I really said anything you should thank me for. I think I just more or less told you to. Roman. Yes. Just. Ritsuka felt the smile pull on his lips, shaking his head from side to side and stepping away from the walls. Just accept the thanks. The doctor slumped. Fair enough. I'll do that. Now then. Clapping their hands together, the doctor gave a rather wide smile. I've got some Magi Mari to catch up on, so please don't tell the director what I am about to go and do, because otherwise she might get upset with me about it. A brief pause, the man wet his lips while glancing left and right. Also, Berserker recorded more of her songs and they are actually pretty good. It's weird. Ritsuka snorted. Just checking, you do know Berserker is Calamate, right? Romani raised a brow. Yeah, I figured that out as soon as they called Leo, Vinci. I'm a little surprised the director hasn't figured it out yet. All he could do was shrug at the man. Well, whatever the case, I'm sure he has his reasons and will tell her when the time is right, but seriously, don't let the director find out you're watching those. I get the feeling she would demand their destruction, so make some copies, just in case, because you were right, those were actually pretty good. I know, right? Romani nodded along, a rather bewildered agreement in their eyes. Especially considering that Nero had been a background singer. That was frightening. She was an awful singer. Every other time she was singing it was just terrible. This was him trying to be internally polite to the emperor. He would never say it to her face, but she was just bad. Maybe they had managed to convince her to use her imperial privilege to make her a good singer or something. That was the only explanation that made sense to him. Well, I'll head back off to the cafeteria. Mash went on ahead of me, so I'll talk to you later, Romani. You as well, Fujimaru-kun. The man waved him a farewell. Romani watched Fujimaru retreat back through the halls, his arms slowly lowered back to his side as the smile on his face faded ever so slightly. It was disconcerting that he was needing to tell a 17-year-old boy that it wasn't a bad thing for him to be showing kindness to people. While Romani wouldn't exactly say that being friends with psychas and cannibals was really what he would do, there was no denying that every heroic spirit had a colored past. Some were more proud of them than others. If they started picking straws, then some of the servants that Fujimaru was close to would be under intense scrutiny before long. It was just, really exhausting. What is your relation with the shield girl? Romani jumped at the voice that came from right behind him, whipping around and stumbling for a few feet before catching his balance against the wall, turning his head towards the speaker and staring, hand clutched over his chest to still his rapidly beating heart. They were right behind him. He hadn't even heard them arrive. Chrysor, or Chris, as they were apparently fine with being referred to as well. They regarded him with a blank stare behind their sunglasses, not even the slightest hint that they felt at all guilty for scaring him in the way that they had. He was sure that they could have announced their presence in such a way that didn't immediately give him an almost heart attack. No, there was more than that. They probably waited until Fujimaru was gone. Romani managed to pull his focus back, keeping his eyes on the servant as he slowed his heart and stepped away from the wall. Their question registered within his mind as he tried to keep his true feelings from surfacing. Angering the servant would probably be a very bad idea for him. Why do you ask? He didn't get anything from them, they just regarded him with the same blank expression that was awaiting an answer from him. With a light sigh, he responded to her. I'm the medical officer in Chaldea. Mash's health falls under my purview. It is more than that though. Chrysor remarked, taking a slow step forwards and moving on him. He took an instinctive step backwards. I can see it in your eyes. Your change in posture when I mention her. Quiet resentment to me. She could see that. No, it would be a bit silly for me to bear a grudge over something like that. He replied with a rather slow tone of voice, keeping it clear and non-threatening. It isn't as though Mash isn't working with others who have fought her in the past. I don't really see you any differently than I saw any of them. You were watching. That is also my job. I see. Chrysor nodded their head up and down, then took a step away from him and gave some distance between the two of them. It is unfortunate that something happened to your spawn that you were unable to do anything about. Romani stilled. It cannot be helped, you are weak. They continued onwards, clearly no longer caring whether or not he was actually offering anything in way of a response to her. But you are a healer, not a fighter. I know those like you, so you are strong in your own way. Just make sure she is not hurt beyond your capacity to heal. Romani kept his face devoid of emotion. He doubted she knew just how deeply she had stabbed him there with that single remark. You aren't like the other healer I knew. He was better than you. Chrysor finished, with a thin look, their eyes moving up and down as though sizing him up. Their lip twisted, he couldn't tell what that was supposed to mean, but it was clearly what they were looking for as they stepped away. But he was the best in his craft. If you were in the same role as he was, then, there might be some worth in you after all. Thanks. What is your name? Romani Archaman. That's too long. He almost laughed out loud at her words. You're Archie. Fua. That time, he made a noise, a mixture of a snort and a gasp of shock, namely because she had apparently just given him a name like she had found some sort of pet dog or something. With a slow hum, Chrysor nodded her head up and down. Yes, Archie. It is short. Farewell, Archie. She walked off, fading into spirit form before he could get another coherent word out. He had no idea what happened. Maybe it was better when the servants were just rude to him, at least it didn't feel so patronizing. Chrysor, child of the golden sword. Servant, saber. Strength, A+. Endurance, B. Agility, B. Mana, B. Luck, C. Noble phantasm, A. Chrysaorose, golden sword born of the monster, A. Anti-unit, max target, 1, range, 1. Born of the Gorgon's flesh, Chrysor gained her name both through her golden scales inherited from her mother, and also her skill with the sword, a weapon she found proficiency with. By being named, she who has a golden sword, this blade is Chrysor's greatest defense. By itself it is a simple armament in another's hands, it could not do anything of special note. But in Chrysor's, who channels the blood of the Gorgon and the ability of monsters into it, it becomes a killing edge. Similar to the harp of her mother's younger self, it cuts through armor and defenses simplistically by overwhelming them through brute strength. It gains an additional modifier when being used against humans. Chrysor tried to find an answer to her heritage in her travels with the taciturn Argonaut doctor. From saving people to growing monsters to killing them, she discovered the one truth. As a monster, she is an existence born only to kill humans. Blood of the Patriarch, the line that birthed monsters, A. Anti-unit self, max target, 1, range, 1. In myth, Chrysor is noted as the creator of many monsters from Orthrus to Echidna, the mother of all monsters. Though this is an illogical legend, it has nonetheless affected Chrysor's spirit origin, gifting her a powerful noble phantasm. By spilling blood, she is able to mold parts of her body into the parts of monsters she is said to have birthed. For example, being able to turn her hand into Orthrus maw for biting power, or the wings of Geryon. An excessive self-modification skill akin to Atalante's pelt, it grants her great power. Class skills. Magic resistance, B. Riding, C. Personal skills. Natural demon, A. A skill that denotes one has been born as a monster, not a hero or a god, and thus possesses that natural strength and endurance. Born of the Gorgon's remains, Chrysor was never naturally born as a human would be. This skill is proof of her inhumanity. Monstrous strength, C++. An expression of the level of strength one possesses is either a monster or some kind of demonic beast. Not the Gorgon herself, Chrysor is nonetheless her child. As a side effect of activating this skill, Chrysor's body becomes clad in golden armor scales akin to her progenitor's feared appearance. Monster's charisma, B. Chrysor, by nature of her relation to the Gorgon, has been recorded as a progenitor of many monsters including Geryon, but in alternative readings told to have been the ancestor of Myelassus, the founder of Myelassa. Through this, Chrysor undoubtedly possesses a charisma towards those with a monstrous nature. By exerting her words and authority, it is easy for monsters to fall under her command. As a side effect, it allows communication with demonic beasts. Summoning. Servant Saber, Chrysor. I have no interest in your name, only the enemies you will direct me towards. Dialogue 1. A place of murderers and warriors, yet clean of blood, utterly disgusting. Dialogue 2. I will not tolerate you, and you will not understand me. So long as you understand that, the partnership will be fruitful. Dialogue 3. If you have Medusa or Gorgon. There was one thing I always wanted, even throughout my life. Something I grew jealous of that others had and didn't appreciate, a mother. I chose this face because it would tie me to her. I couldn't do otherwise. Dialogue 4. If you have Steno, Euryale. Mother's sisters, irksome, showing no respect to her in any way. But, they are family, I suppose. So long as they don't speak a bad word about mother, then, I shall tolerate them. Dialogue 5. If you have Asclepius. Ah, it's been so long, but I could never forget. The sight of him looking down at me over his mask, like a doctor to a patient, I suppose, given he raised me for a time, I could call him father. It feels weird though. Dialogue 6. If you have Hanleth. The director, she gave me the opportunity of a lifetime, my dearest wish, and asked for near nothing in return. For that, I will follow her anywhere. Dialogue 7. If you have Nar Alma. We share the same core beliefs and dislikes. Those who pretty up their battles, believing they fight for a higher purpose. Those who give reasons for having to fight or to kill, utter nonsense. History is built on blood and battle, and not ideals. Dialogue 8. If you have Sullivan. Compared to most in Chaldea, his presence is tolerable. He has no illusions about himself nor what he did. In return, I shall not condemn his actions. In the face of the end of the world, one can't afford to be picky about salvation. Dialogue 9. If you have Archon. This man, above the others, he irritates me beyond belief. Slavishly devoted to a goddess, clinging to ideals like a babe to their mother, ignorant of his true self. He is everything I despise in Chaldea, pretending to be kind and just when it is filled with the world's greatest slaughterers. Dialogue 10. If you have Asterios. I have little to say to this monster, but we share a kinship. A similarity no others do. I'll leave him to his peace, so long as he leaves me to mine. Likes. I have little likes, but I suppose, fighting, killing, putting my strength to use and continuing to battle until my enemies are dead. That brings me satisfaction. Hates. Those who prattle about ideals and following them, I hate them to my core. For in the end, even those can be tossed away at a moment's convenience. Wish for the Holy Grail. There is no wish the Grail can grant, that Hanlith has not already given me. Bond Level 1. I am a sword, you my commander. Use me as I must be used. Nothing else. Bond Level 2. Cease being foolish, looking at me as if I am a child to be coddled. I told you before, I am a blade, and will seek blood as I see fit. You will direct me. That is all. Bond Level 3. You give off the air of being an idiot, but you walk into war with no weapon other than servants. Is it courage, or foolhardiness? Bond Level 4. You are a walking contradiction. Kind to a fault, ruthless when commanding. For the longest time, I have only thought of you as the former and as naive and stupid. And yet, that is not the case, is it? Bond Level 5. I will never approve of you, but I find you slightly more tolerable now. That look in your eyes as numerous people die, as you see fighting as the only option to save the world, yes, I approve of it greatly. Birthday. Birthday. I don't see why it should be important. It is merely the day you were born on, nothing special about it. During an event. Annoying. Keep the noise down, or I will put it down. First Ascension. Changing attire into something more combat-ready seems prudent. I was given these clothes, and I wish not to damage them. Second Ascension. I feel more power coursing up, bubbling in my gut. Yes, this will serve my purposes. Third Ascension. I am growing closer to my origin. These scales, this hunger, I am becoming more like her. Fourth Ascension. I will go no further than this. I am able to, but if I gain too much power, lose sight of myself, I will lose this form. I will lose this face, the face I chose. I would lose something important, and for that, no further is needed. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.